Hello. In classic style, the moment that I unmute myself is when my cat decides to hop up on the desk. Pixel, you're very cute, but I'm worried that if I go and fight this impossible boss for like the 50th time, that it's going to be hard to beat it when you are pushing the keyboard back into my face. Hi, Pixel, excuse me. I've got a little bit of cat aggro. Hello. Alright, you can sit down for a while. Hi. So you lay down and probably get me killed on this boss, and then I'm gonna go try the boss. My cat likes to lay down behind my keyboard and like stretch out and hit the escape key. So that's definitely gonna kill me, and I'm excited for it. Let's go. I faced this boss, whoops, maybe 15 or 20 times yesterday. I don't remember exactly. Ah, bad hit, bad hit. Alright, warming up, warming up. Warming up and remembering how to play the game Elden Ring. What's it gonna be, a big brute? Okay. Hey, I successfully dodged the 1-2-3 punch. Let's go. I don't know why I find that one so hard to hit. I think because as compared to other attacks, that one I think is just... It's telegraphed. It isn't subtle, but it's a little harder to read. Or maybe it's just that I let the camera get too close. Also, I'm having to hold my controller in a weird way right now because, as mentioned, my cat is on my desk and, okay, being a bit of a menace. Don't bite me, please. I got very close to beating this boss yesterday. Dodge third hits, and then dodge right, and then dodge this one. Black Flame. Excellent. I got a little greedy there, to be honest. I'm kind of surprised that worked. Wait. Yep. Because the... Oh, I don't know if I've seen that combo. I probably have. Bad timing. I don't think I actually got my I can't see Miyazaki. One sec, I'm gonna just back away from this. Oh, my message was appraised, and that gave me a heal. Yeah, bad timing on that. I got stuck on the wall there. That one was questionably my fault. Here we go. Lightning. That's the one thing in this fight. I don't know how to dodge that lightning effectively. I feel like it's random. I don't know whether it actually is, but sure feels that way. Okay, so I think don't dodge backwards, because every time I dodge backwards there, I get hit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do. I got hit by like 3 different lightning bolts there. Okay, run. No tornadoes today, thank you. I already had a tornado yesterday, and that was enough tornado for me. I might die here as well. My cat is starting to get up, which means he's going to block the screen. Later on that one. Pixel, oh my god. Sorry, I love my cat, but also he can be a very annoying pain in the ass sometimes. I think that's a sentiment echoed by probably most cat owners. I can do a power hit there, actually. I don't know if I've seen that particular combo. That was interesting. That's right, and then he starts switching really fast. Gotta get away from that. And actually, I should have lost the lock on. I'm kind of lucky I dodged that. That still counts as a warm-up attempt. I lost probably 3 heals to cat aggro on that one. So now I can get in my first proper attempt of the day. Like I said, I got very close to beating this guy yesterday, so only a matter of time. And I do need the warm-up. These are all dodgeable, and I'm just messing them up. 1, 2, hit, then dodge right, and dodge this one. Get a big power hit. It's wild to me that in a game that's this action heavy that you can't turn off VSync. It's surprising. What? What? How in the hell was that not dodged? I let go of dodge roll just a moment before that would have hit me. That was perfect. I am 12 minutes into the stream and I'm already salty. Amazing. I hate messing up a boss when I already know the moves. I really shouldn't be making these mistakes anymore. It is harder when there's a quarter second to fucking input latency on every move in this game. So that time I was able to dodge it. I'm gonna have to Google. I'm pretty convinced that they made you, like, stay on the ground for longer in this game. Or maybe it was some other patch I missed or something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the fact that these windups occur and then the actual attack is like frames that makes it so hard to react to. And it's not the reaction. Remember, when I say react to the attack, I mean react a quarter second before the attack is going to hit. Okay, so you don't have time to heal there. He can heal and transition and throw lightning at you faster than you can heal. I wonder if there's anything I can do to reduce input latency. It's very, very frustrating for me today. I'm gonna Google it. Can I, like, disable VSync in NVIDIA settings? I'm gonna try that. Where are my NVIDIA settings? NVIDIA control panel? Sorry, the sound is going to pause while it's alt-tabbed. There's my NVIDIA control panel. Okay. Program settings. It's populating the list. Elden Ring. Vertical sync. Off. Apply. I don't know if this is going to help anything. That feels like listen to this. Is this how it is for every player? That's a quarter second. So for all of these attacks that are coming in as fast as they are, it's not react to the attack, it's react a quarter second before the snap animation occurs, which is very difficult. But in any case, disabling VSync didn't seem to do anything, so. Maybe it requires a restart or something, but who knows. I don't want to play this game salty, but it's difficult when I feel like so much of the difficulty is illegitimate. I want to test something. Yeah, it's just a quarter-second input latency across the board. I'm not going to bitch about it anymore, though. Hey, meow. But it's everything. As I just said, I'm not going to bitch about it anymore, but it's very strange to me. Like, input delay is unavoidable. Like, you can't have zero input latency. It is not possible in a video game. And even if your implementation of, like, whatever custom engine you're using or whatever, like, had minimal input latency, there's also latency that can be introduced by the GPU and by your monitor. So it's a difficult problem, but man, a quarter second, that's too much. At 60 FPS and I have a 60 Hertz monitor, the optimal input latency that you could realistically hope for would be about 50 milliseconds, accounting for monitor delay, call it maybe 5 to 6 frames. A quarter second at 60 FPS is 15 frames. And this is a topic that I'm actually, as someone who's written multiple versions of their own game engine, this is a topic I actually am pretty deeply experienced with, both in theory and in practice. Not that anyone claimed otherwise, but just to say that I'm not just... I am bitching as a salty Elden Ring player, but also I am knowledgeable on this topic. And I know that it can be better than it is. What in the hell am I supposed to do about that? This is the only part of the fight. Despite my bitching, I do think this is a great fight. This is the only part of the fight that I don't quite understand. Is what is the pattern on that lightning? Not on the lightning throw, but on like the lightning that spawns around you. Because I have to find a way to avoid it. Like, it makes me sad because I'm imagining a version of this game that has, you know, closer to optimal input latency. And I think it would be much more enjoyable than this one. And this is still very enjoyable. I wouldn't be playing it if I didn't want to play it. But, man, it makes me salty. For a AAA studio that's been making the same kind of games for 15 years, they should be doing better than they are. On these specific technical topics, they should be doing better than they are. Also, Meow, I don't know if you would know this, and maybe it's just more salt. Do you know if there have been changes to the amount of time you have to stay stuck on the ground before you can get up again? I feel like it's worse than it used to be. I feel like I get knocked down, and I'm used to being able to, you know, get knocked down, spam roll out of it. And instead, it's get knocked down, and I have to sit there for like a half a second before it lets me move. It's noticeable to me now in a way that I feel like it wasn't casually, but my casual playthrough was 2.5 years ago, so I might be wrong. No, the roll is when you release. I'm talking specifically when you get like knocked down onto your back, and then you can roll out of that. I feel like it's forcing me to stay laying down for quite a lot longer, and I don't know if that's something they changed in a patch or something. I kind of doubt it, but it kind of feels that way. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to know. Just figured I'd ask. Again, it's not about reacting to it, it's about reacting a quarter second before the hit lands that makes it so difficult. I don't like that I'm starting my stream salty. That feels really bad. I'm dodging early on that. I've never seen it do that attack up close before. What? No. I saw it coming, I prepared, I released. I'm not accepting that. I heard it pointed out in a video about the Soul series a while back that grab attacks just fundamentally operate differently than other attacks. Like in the way that their hitboxes are processed. For a normal attack, you know, there's like a big sword swing or whatever. And the hitbox you can think of as popping into existence for a small number of frames, maybe even literally 1 frame for really fast attacks. And then if you're touching it, you get hit. Pretty simple. Grab attacks are different. It's more like the enemy just becomes active with a hitbox that lasts for quite a lot longer. And then if you touch it, you get picked up. Now that particular grab attack is still pretty quick, but I feel like the same principle applies. I feel like the reason why I'm getting grabbed on a few of these is that I am dodge rolling, but the hitbox lingers for long enough that like the tail end of the dodge roll still gets picked up or whatever. I'm gonna, I think, just focus on attempts for a while. I don't want to be salty. phase 2. Okay, how do I dodge the lightning? I guess I just have to look for it. That's my bad. That's my bad. This music goes hard though, huh? The ice phase is tricky because a lot of his attacks have this, you know, the hoarfrost effect. Which means that was a terrible dodge. Can't blame the game on that one. Which means that a lot of attacks that you could normally punish like that one will now damage you if you're not very careful. That was a new combo. I didn't think he normally did a double hit there. Oh, right, okay. I keep forgetting that he starts swapping really quickly between his phases at some point here. So this guy, like, there's obviously the big phase transition for elemental damage, but I think there's, like, sub-transitions within that. Yep, he throws lightning. Twice. I'm pretty proud of that exchange. I dodged most of that. I don't know how delicate that hitbox is on the big hurricane. Big throwy, yep. Another big throwy. No, this is the big big elemental swaps. That was cheeky. That was like a point-blank lightning. Bad hit. Yep, I deserve that. That was bad. And now I can't heal this either. Is this another quick transition or what? I'm just playing it real cautious here. Okay. Okay, so that's a specific attack that I don't think I understood before. Is that those aren't just random elemental transitions, it's a specific sequence of elemental attacks. That was a bad miss. Lightning. No, wind. Okay. I think on the wind once I might be able to punish that. This attempt is not looking good right now, but... That's the worst attack. I really shouldn't be finding it so difficult to counter. That was a bad attempt anyway. Like, I had a few good moments in there, but I ran out of heals way too quickly. Like, I need to play the first phase close to perfect, I think. I wish I could see when that happens. That one's real sneaky because he actually walks forward while he attacks you. I don't think you are invulnerable when you're down. Maybe for a little bit you are. Yeah, so like, see, he's walking as he does this, which can make it very difficult to actually track. Okay, I can't go for 2 hits there. I can go for 1. Kill me. So that's a different sequence that I've rarely seen that attack. Because in that sequence, he does 1-2, followed by a slam, followed by a 4th hit. And that 4th hit is rare. And it's a subtly different combo from his other ones. I haven't seen that attack very many times. I can't wait to watch other people do this fight because I'm on New Game Plus. And I wonder if it, like, scales this guy disproportionately, because right now this is, like, not... This is frankly a little unreasonable. Like, I'll be able to do it eventually, but... I mean, this requires a level of perfection that most things in the game don't. Thank you, Dark Souls. Okay, I don't have time for a charged attack there. Or at least not a full charge. Yep, can't do 3 attacks. That was greedy. One. Also, they should not spawn lightning randomly. They need more of a pattern. Because in combination with the game's normal camera, it's very, very difficult to... Very difficult to track the lightning in combination with everything else he's doing. But at least I have a better understanding of the phase transitions now. Still not perfect, I'm sure, but pretty good. Nope. Okay, so I can't hit after that. That's not an attack anymore. Here's Frost. So now the name of the game here is get away from his slams because they do that. Hoarfrost? No. Maybe I need to just lose the lock on when he does that. I could also change my talismans, maybe equip some things that make me, like, more resistant to different kinds of elemental damage. I swear he slows down sometimes. He probably doesn't. It's probably consistent. But I find that one very difficult. Okay, so I think this is the big combo. Yep, now it's going to be a Hoarfrost Stomp. Okay, so I just mistimed the dodge. That's the 4-piece combo that he rarely does. Dodge that. And there's the tail swipe, good. Run. At least it keeps your lock on from far away, that's nice. Here we go, Frost. Okay, so that's pretty slow, actually, on the spin. That's one mistake I was making. One of probably many mistakes. Is this the big combo? So lightning, yep. Followed by wind. Followed by a delayed Hoarfrost Stomp. Wait. Well, I couldn't fucking see the character, Miyazaki. Okay, I still have 5 heals. I'm actually doing okay. Big throw, big throw. No. Wait. Oh my god, the camera. The camera's always partially my fault. Like, it's still partially the game's fault, too, don't get me wrong. But it would be better if the camera would zoom out more consistently, which it does for some attacks, just not others. It's kind of odd how it does that, or not. Dodge this. I'm just waiting for the big spinny. Yep. Crap, I'm kind of close to this. Okay, maybe that's not as bad as I thought it was. Wait, because he can follow that up. Is this the big combo meal? I think so. Lightning, yep. Another lightning. Nope, wind, followed by a big ol' Hoarfrost Stomp. Wait. But that's kind of a different... Okay, no wonder I was struggling. I was waiting for the Hoarfrost Stomp, and it's something else. It's like he slams his head into the ground. One, frost, dodge right, big charge attack. Okay. That was pretty cheap. Still my fault, but that was pretty cheap. He did the follow-up to the slam that he only does sometimes, followed up by a grab that he also only does sometimes, and because I was on my back, it was very difficult to get the dodge timing correctly. Yeah, like, I unintentionally learned that, I was very disappointed to learn that this DLC does automatic level scaling to you. Like, that was deeply disappointing to me, especially because there's already the system whereby you can make it easier for yourself by consuming those blessings. Now, I'm also on New Game Plus, right? So I don't know how much New Game Plus affects the scaling as compared to the baseline scaling that it does. But I mean, this is like, I like to think I'm pretty good at Souls games, and this is just so difficult. Also, I dropped 4,000 frames earlier. Why did I drop 4,000 frames earlier? That's weird. Sorry if there was a lag spike earlier. Okay, so this is slow. No, no, I disagree. I released the button before I got hit. I disagree. I disagree. I played that correctly. Again, I can't help but imagine what this game would be like if you could just press the button to roll at the correct time instead of having to time everything a quarter second in advance. What a world that would be. Also, man, Miyazaki, you've got to fucking fix your camera. It's been 15 years. Just have it clip through. This is a square arena. Just have it go through the wall and use dithering. This is a brilliant boss that's very difficult, and probably 90% of the difficulty is legitimate, and 10% of it isn't. And the problem is that this boss is so difficult that the 10% of illegitimate difficulty can make or break an attempt. That's not cool. Kill me. I'm not starting this way. I wouldn't mind so much, except that, as I said, these are issues that have plagued the game for 15 fucking years. Does Miyazaki think that these are good features? Does he actually find it fun when the camera squishes up against your head and leads to you taking damage? Or even if you can tell what's happening, you might mess up your dodge roll direction because the camera is squirreling its way so close to you? Because at this point, I have to believe that he genuinely thinks that it's fun to take damage due to input buffering. That's the only explanation I can think of to explain its continued inclusion. I'm trying to go for some staggers. Hey, I got one. It's gonna do not a huge amount of damage, but I mean, that's a chunk of damage right there, so I'll take that. Phase 2. Yeah, that lightning shouldn't be random. I'm probably gonna say that every time I got hit by it. Yep, like I just got hit by random lightning there. Not cool. A lot of Black Flame hits there, though. That's good. I think my Black Flame's going to be very important to me dealing damage here. Alright, I'm going to try a whole new strategy for this fight, and that's called no more bitching about anything for the whole fight until I win. And then I'm free to bitch again. Let's see how it works out. How do I say things without being salty? This is kind of a new experience for me. Big Hoarfrost? Lightning throw, yep. Now wait. How are you, by the way, Meow? How have you been? How are things? I'm going to say something, and this doesn't count as a bitch. It doesn't count. I'm going to know True Scotsman myself. This is a suggestion, not a bitch. The suggestion is that if your character has been overlapping with a hitbox of an attack for at least one frame with iframes, then it should negate the entire attack. And that would prevent what just happened. That's right, you saucy lad. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat you and then I'm gonna continue with this DLC. I know all your tricks. Even the ones that kill me. Wind form. Form of a tornado. More like form of a guy who's gonna lose. Run away from the hurricane. Yeah. Oh, that was really close, actually. See, I'm learning a little bit, little by little. I'm learning that I need to get away from the wall is what I'm learning. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no, this is the wind. I thought this was lightning. This music is so loud in my ears and I love it. I love it. Double lightning? Nope. Wind? Wait. Okay, so that's even more delayed than I thought it was. And I need to play that move differently in Frost form as well, because in Frost form it leaves those shockwaves that kill me. I think that's, yep. Okay, no more Black Flame. I'm guessing that the lightning just spawns in like a radius around him, So if I just get far enough away, I'll probably be okay. Maybe the answer is, like, don't go for a lot of counter hits during lightning phase. Five heals left. Dodge, waits, dodge roll, and dodge roll. Missed the power hit. Missed both hits. Excellent. I need to figure out how to contend with these frost explosions. Hitting his butt's a good way there. Okay, this one. He just has such a Mongo-sized health pool. Very close. I don't know how precise the hitbox is on the big hurricane, but it seems pretty scary. Miyazaki! The camera! Oh, that still hit me on the first one. Let me try changing my talismans. Alright, now I have this one for more HP. This one just broadly seems good. More HP, stamina, and equip load. Physical damage negation is good. I feel like I'm going to replace this one. Like, having more strength is helpful, of course. I think I'd rather have increased resistance to something. I guess lightning. That's holy damage. What's the lightning one? I mean, I have my frost damage negation. No, that's magical damage negation. I thought I had... What do I have? Do I not have lightning resistance? Huh. See, this is magic damage, not frost. Holy damage. Oh, just non-physical damage. Okay, let's wear that. That should help. There's a lot of elemental damage in this fight. Okay, well that was an awesome phase 1. Holy crap. Okay, so I can actually get in there for some free hits, too. That's good to know. I'm finding little ways to increase my damage. Well, that was way too early. I don't quite understand the hitbox on that. Like, he's stomping forward, but it still damages me as he's coming down? I don't quite get that. Bad. Bad. Because he's going to throw lightning. Yeah, so that's a waste of a black flame. Oh well. He just transitioned from lightning phase to lightning phase. That's incredibly delayed. Yeah, okay. I expected to get hit there, just... I figured I was close enough, I might as well see if it's possible to... dodge roll forward through it. Seems like not really. Okay, I'm doing okay. I still have 7 flasks. Got a black flame hit, good. I can get a hit there. Little surprised that worked. That was an early dodge. Oh my god, he almost got me killed with that. Wait. Okay, so that time I waited too long. Hoarfrost? Yep, he likes to do a Hoarfrost Stomp after that. Well, there goes all my remaining heals. Excellent. Come on. I need to lose the lock on there. It makes it very difficult to move in the right direction when your camera's moving all over the place like that. Okay, I finally dodged that Hoarfrost Stomp. Okay, so he does not always Hoarfrost Stomp after that. Good to know. Early. Okay, so I can get a hit there, and then I need to wait even longer. Lightning, yep. This is not looking good. He has variable attack chains, and I'm also having to look at all this lightning. The lightning isn't fair. It shouldn't be random. I'm trying to very quickly scan about 20 points on the screen while also accounting for a variable attack chain. If there was consistency to the lightning, then this would be a lot more feasible. Yeah, like, do you see how long it forced me to stay on the ground there? I was spamming dodge roll and it didn't let me get up. I'm gonna Google that too. And I doubt the answer is yes, but I'm gonna check. Elden Ring knock down duration. Yeah, a lot of posts, but they're from the original launch, so it sounds like probably has nothing to do with the DLC. Also, is Twitch chat broken? I feel like I just saw your message. Meow, asking about how scaling works, unless you just sent that. Yeah, no, that just showed up in my Twitch chat now. I figured that was 20 minutes ago because that's when I was discussing it. Wait. This camera is just not helping me, though. Have I seen that attack? Like, I feel like I haven't seen that animation. He, like, grabbed his head. Just kill me, actually, yeah. This fight is so difficult that it just isn't worth continuing if I get a start like that. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I have returned. As for your post 20 minutes ago, I genuinely don't know how much your level and build matters, because it would depend on how the DLC does its scaling. Like, probably it does something simple. but I don't know that. Maybe it's been confirmed by Miyazaki somewhere, but if so, I haven't seen that information. For example, I could imagine them scaling incoming damage based on your vigor or vitality or whatever the stat is. I don't know if that's likely, but certainly possible. I wonder if another Wondrous Physic Flask might do better than the one I'm using as well. I really don't know. I'm not going to play your lightning games. I love that animation, by the way, when he stands up and walks around. I think it just looks super amazing. I went for a cheeky jump attack. Oh, he didn't do the follow-up there. That was dumb. That was dumb. Might be... Wait. Yeah, because he likes to throw fast lightning there. An ice phase is kind of brutal, huh? Double throw? Dumb. Honestly, the extra aggression helped too, though. I was able to get that stagger in phase 1. I feel like I maybe could have gotten a stagger in phase 2. There are some attacks like the big hurricane attack where he's probably recovering a lot of poise and there's not a lot I can do about that, at least not that I'm aware of. Kill me. I got caught on the staircase. Sorry. The game's audio pauses whenever I alt-tab, so I apologize for that. Sometimes I like to alt-tab and click on Twitch chat because Twitch chat sometimes doesn't update unless you click on it. This has been a much more sodium-filled stream than I was anticipating. I really didn't think this guy would take me too many more attempts today. Given that I already did, you know, probably 15 attempts yesterday or whatever. I'm surprised that didn't stagger. That was like 7 or 8 jump attacks in pretty short order, and it didn't stagger. Crap. There goes my black flame. I should like pull up an input viewer for this game to prove like I did actually press the dodge roll button in time there. Kill me. I can't start like this. When I take these intentional deaths, I'm not like trying to just be like salty or a quitter. It's just like genuinely, this fight is so overtuned right now that I need every single heal I can get, and it just isn't going to be viable. I could also change my strategy, right? Like I fully understand. Like I'm not intentionally just getting tunnel vision here and not thinking. It's just like, I think the talismans I have are very good for this fight. Right, more HP, stamina and equipment load, more HP, vastly boosts non-physical damage negation, enormously boosts physical damage negation, which is like this whole fight. Right, there's a lot of physical and non-physical damage. I could wear much beefier armor, but that might sacrifice mobility. I'm using my black flame whenever I can. I don't really like using items. That's just a personal choice. I'm also choosing to not use ashes or anything, which, again, personal choice, and I'm not going to hold that against the game. But Jesus, this is difficult. I'll just let my health recover from this. That was an actual dropped input. That was an actual straight up dropped input. It just didn't dodge roll. Let me try something else, actually. So here's another problem with the game. Is because you have to, you don't dodge roll when you press B. You dodge roll when you release B. What that means is that for a lot of these attacks, you know, with practice, you can learn when the attack timings are going to come. What you can do is kind of hold it for a moment like this, rather than just tap and release. You kind of do this, hold it for a moment so that you can release with good timing. Except the problem is that if you hold B for just a moment too long, your character does this. See, and it turns into a sprint, and when you let go, nothing happens. Which means that you have to either just tap or you have to do this. You have like a very short window of time. Looks like it's maybe about half a second at most that you can prepare your dodge roll. I'm intentionally trying to press the button really loud here. So that's what happened there, is I just held B for just a moment too long, and it didn't dodge roll. Nope. Kill me. I don't think there should be variable combos like that. Some of the variable combos in this game are fine. I think that shouldn't happen. Because what happens there is normally after that spray of smoke, you have a moment of recovery that you could use to heal, or in my case, use some black flame or whatever. Except that sometimes he can do an attack afterwards, which is fine, except that the attack is so fast that I don't even have time to do this. In the time it takes me to do that, the boss starts and finishes its attack. So I don't think you should have variable length combos where the attacks come so quickly that you get punished when 9 times out of 10 you can take that opportunity. I think that if they want it to not be an opening, then it should always do the follow-up to guarantee it's not an opening. Again, still technically my fault, but it's not strictly unfair. I just don't think it's very fun. It's like now I know that I can't use that as an opportunity anymore. What it leads to is a lot more of the fight just kind of wasted. That's why I don't find it fun. And like that one, sometimes it follows up, sometimes it doesn't. Kill me again. It's a problem that isn't unique to Elden Ring. It's something that happened in Dark Souls 3 as well, and probably the other Souls games, although I think Elden Ring really leans into that style. Again, if you have an optional follow-up, then it's not optional anymore. Because whether or not the attack comes, you can't use the opening anymore. I don't think that that's fair. It turns a game of memorization and precision into a game of RNG. Nope. Kill me. Uh-oh. Is the game okay? Why is it still gray? Is it crashing? Huh. Must have had to do some cleanup. I did notice yesterday that after a bunch of attempts, the fight was starting to lag really, really hard on some of the like particle heavy effects, like some of the ice stuff. And so that isn't happening yet, but it might be the case that if I continue to fail this, then I might have to like quit the menu and restart, you know, to let the game clean up its caches. See, that's an example where normally I can do my 2 attacks afterwards, and that time I did the same thing, but he happened to do a follow-up that was so fast that I got punished. That's really crappy, because it means that the only way to guarantee that I don't take damage is to just play the fight very slowly, which is boring. It isn't unfair. It's just that was unfair. But most of these things I'm complaining about aren't strictly unfair. They're just really boring because it forces you to just wait rather than take your opportunities to attack. I would rather they get rid of those variable combos and just make the boss have more health proportionally. Nope. That's unfair. That's what I was talking about before, where what happened there was I did dodge roll successfully, but that was a combination of jank and, in my opinion, poor design. The jank is that, or the poor design is that I dodged part of the attack and not all of it. And the jank is that my character was physically pushed back, which forced me to stay within the hitbox. So in essence, the boss sort of cheated by pushing me back into a hitbox I had already successfully dodged. And that just shouldn't happen anymore. Look at the hair animation, though. That's awesome. That shouldn't happen either. What happened there is I got staggered, and as a result, it didn't let me dodge the second hit either. A common retort to a lot of the complaints I'm making, by the way, are, you know, unless you're just going to say get good, which sometimes is fair, the common retort would be, it's just one hit, what's the big deal? It's like, well, but the problem is this is a war of attrition, because the boss is overtuned. The boss... I just, literally, in terms of my health pool, I cannot afford most of these mistakes. Surprised on that one. That was the game's fault as well. There's another thing any longtime Souls player could tell you. This game's usage of input buffering. Input buffering, broadly speaking, is a very good thing. And the game would be much worse if there was like no input buffering in an absolute sense. But when people talk about input buffering in Souls games, what they're usually talking about is the fact that you can take damage and the game will queue your inputs, sometimes for multiple seconds at a time. So like what happened there is I tried to use my Black Flame and I mistimed it. My fault. I mistimed it, got hit, and then rather than getting up and being able to move or dodge roll, my character then used the Black Flame. Because I had technically pressed the input after I got hit, meaning that the input was still queued all that time. And of course, when the Black Flame was used later, I was in a really bad spot and took damage, which led to my death. So that death was, that's an example of where one mistake on the game's part and just a badly implemented system led to the loss of the entire fight. And that sucks. Thought I could jump that. Yep. Unlucky. He did the follow-up. He did the attack that happens to have a follow-up. Most of them don't have one. While I'm complaining anyway, I wish that FromSoft would just give bosses a stagger meter that you could see, like below the health bar. I think it's nonsense that there's such an important bar that they just hide from the player, and you have to do it based on feel instead. I think it was excusable in Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2, whichever game first introduced that kind of stagger, and I think in Elden Ring it's just nonsense to not show it. Oh, it's absolutely deliberate. I just think it's wrong. In this game, it's kind of like well, like I was just saying about this game's use of input buffering, and the fact that the lock-on messes up and the camera messes up. These are deliberate choices by FromSoft, and I think that they're wrong. And you know me, I'm a stickler for precision of language. I'm gonna say that it's objectively wrong, and I want to be very specific. It is not objectively wrong in the sense that every single person from any vantage point would view it as bad. But it is objectively wrong in the sense that FromSoft has to design their game to try to... It's always going to be a balance between their own vision and appealing to players, of course. Not that those things are mutually exclusive, but to say that the overwhelming majority of players are almost certainly going to prefer these systems to work correctly and not incorrectly, making it an objectively poor choice when dealing with probabilities, if that makes sense. That was another example. The input buffering in particular is so odd because it buffers your input for so long, but that time it didn't. My character got staggered there, but I was still standing. I was just kind of wavery on my feet. And I did press the dodge button, but it didn't buffer it. Which means that I wasn't able to dodge the third hit. I don't quite understand that. Why am I being charitable? They're wrong. FromSoft is an established company that's been making the same game for 15 years. Why the fuck haven't they fixed these systems? They're wrong and they're fixable, and they just are choosing not to fix it. I wonder if anyone's asking Miyazaki about this. They have issues, and they've had the same issues for 15 years. It is either deep incompetence, which would be surprising to me given that this game in most ways is a masterpiece, which leads me to believe that somehow Miyazaki thinks that these are good features to have. But that doesn't make sense to me because there's this very famous quote from Miyazaki about Dark Souls 1 about how the difficulty wasn't kind of for the sake of it, it was for the catharsis of overcoming a challenge. But what I'm talking about here is not a legitimate challenge. It's a control problem, which flies in the face of him saying that the difficulty isn't for the sake of it. If you're making your controls deliberately janky, then you're adding difficulty for the sake of difficulty. Why? It's wrong and they should know better. They should be improved, and I'm going to go further and just say fixed, because these are fixable problems. Like the way that you fix input buffering, period. Not mitigate the problem, not just improve the problem, but fix it completely. Is that if your character is staggered or interrupted, you clear the input buffer queue. And again, I say this as someone who programs game engines. So this isn't just a layman's understanding and I don't really understand. Like, no, I do deeply understand it. That fixes it in 100% of cases. And I have never experienced or conceived of a situation in which that would not fix the input buffering problem that this game has. Input lag is a much more complicated issue that is only partially in your control and partially out of your control. For example, the GPU and monitor can add input latency. Lock-on and camera are also more complicated, but aspects of them I think are just clearly fixable. Or at least improvable, you know? This is one of these situations on stream where you think to yourself, boy, it really isn't fun stream content to watch someone be really salty, which is true. And then there's the other part of my brain that says, but I'm right. I'm right, and I'm just a lowly nobody, not fucking Hidetaka Miyazaki, famous game director. Here we go. I wonder what percentage of the health bar that is, like 60% maybe? My bad on that one. I've been bitching a lot, and much of this is the game's fault. Not much of it. Parts of it are the game's fault. Plenty of it is my fault, and I'm perfectly willing to accept when it's my fault. Like random lightning, not my fault. Or rather, technically my fault in the sense of it is dodgeable, but because it's RNG, it's often unreasonable to be able to actually effectively work through and dodge all that. Unlucky, he did the fast attack. I'm gonna quit the menu after this fight, because I think the lag is starting to crop up again. Hey, I got a stagger in phase 2. Nice. I haven't done that before. Unlucky again. Unlucky again. He did a quick attack when he has options to do slow attacks, and then he did an attack that kills me when he only optionally does the follow-up. Those are 2 unlucky attack rolls in a row. I'm going to quit the menu and come back. It's starting to lag a little bit. I don't know if I have to restart the game as a whole. I'm hoping just quitting the menu will help. Boy, I really did not anticipate this, this taking so long. Of course, I don't have to do this either, right? I could leave and go do something else, but I really want to beat it. See, like, that's unfair because you get hit by the first one and it staggers you into the second one. And you could say to that, well, that's your fault, you shouldn't have gotten hit by the first one. But this is Dark Souls. The game is predicated on trading hits with your opponent. Not in the sense that you have to take damage, but like you have to wait for openings and then capitalize on those openings. And it's really fucking dog shit when some of the openings have like a 1 in 5 chance of just damaging you outside of your control. Because that's effectively what it is. Some of these attacks come really, really fast, and so if you use the opening that you can use 80% of the time, you'll just get hit. And sometimes you'll get hit twice. At which point your options, the only way to avoid damage is to just extreme slow play, and only ever take openings that you can guarantee won't be followed up by a slow attack, or by a fast attack. And I think that's a really, really boring way to play. It's like I've learned I can't use this as an opening. Yep, because he can do that. That shouldn't have hit me. Hey Jitse, how are you? Welcome to the Salt Zone, where you have all the salt you could ever desire in the whole world. Just overflowing with the stuff. My success rate is quite low. My bad. Bad dodge. My first ever bad dodge. This fight's amazing. There's a few parts of it that are a little bit unfair. And I wish that they would address those. On top of the persistent problems of input buffering and the camera. A little surprised I dodged that. I really messed up the timing. Visually and thematically and musically, though, this fight is fucking phenomenal. I've taken probably like 30 plus attempts on this fight at this point, just for context. I've been here for quite a while. I'm gonna top off on health. I think that was my first heal. Like the lightning is one instance where, like, the fact that the lightning's random means that sometimes you're just gonna kind of get boned. And I don't want to get boned. I want to be the boner, not the bonee. That time, it didn't buffer a heal, and I wanted it to. So so that ended up healing about a second later than I wanted to, which is what resulted in me taking damage. That was my fault on the dodge, though. Again, it's not buffering my fucking inputs. That's twice in this fight now. I have very limited heals, and I've had to waste 3 of them now because the game doesn't buffer the heals. Why does it buffer everything else but not the heals? That's so... It's just wrong, Miyazaki. Like, I fully realize I'm in the salt zone. It's just like... It's very, very frustrating. This fight is so difficult. And most of the difficulty is legitimate, and some of it isn't. And it really sucks because the little pieces that aren't legitimate, they ruin the fight. I need every heal I can get, and I'm down 3 heals due to stuff that isn't my fault. That's not cool. Not cool at all. But I'm gonna stop bitching about it, at least for a little while. Lightning, yep. Yep. Second one? No. Now this is very delayed. This one's hard to dodge. Oh, it hits behind him. No wonder I'm getting hit by it so often. That explains a lot. I didn't know that it damaged behind him too. Music is fantastic. And I think I need to handle that one differently too. And I need to use my black flames. Okay, lightning. I'm intentionally not really going for many follow-ups here in the lightning phase because I just have to try to dodge the lightning. Is that a different follow-up? Unlucky. You see what I mean? Like, he has that really fast attack. He has slower attacks, but he happened to do the really fast attack. And that resulted in, like, 2 or 3 extra heals because I then got hit by the random lightning. That's my fault on that dodge. Shit. Okay, waste of a black flame. I just said I wasn't going to bitch, and then I started bitching. Wind. Now I need to dodge this. I don't know how to dodge that one. I feel like I've dodged it like once. It's not looking good. The lightning is unfair. During that fight, out of my 13 total heals, probably 3 of them were due to poor input buffering, and another 3 or 4 of them were due to random lightning. So that's about half of my total heals were damage that was not my fault. That's why I'm angry, not just because I'm losing. Obviously, I would still be salty just from losing a bunch, but like it's the fact that much of this is unfair. And the problem is that when you throw around the word unfair, every single piece of shit Souls fan comes out and says, no, it's not unfair. It's supposed to be unfair. It's supposed to be difficult. And that's because these people aren't game designers and they don't understand that when I say unfair, I'm not using that as a lazy synonym for hard. I mean, it is unfair. Meaning it is a result of the game behaving incorrectly or behaving in a way that the player cannot predict, i.e. due to RNG. Kill me. For example, right there, that was unfair. One of the hits. Precisely one of the hits was unfair, and that's the one that he did his slam and then did a follow-up. He doesn't always do the follow-up. So the fact that I got hit by the slam was my fault because I mistimed the dodge. Unquestionably my fault, not the game's fault. But then it followed up and hit me again while I was still knocked down. Which means that there's a whatever % chance that you just take another hit worth of damage. And there's nothing you can do about it. Imagine if instead a normal attack, just like a normal hit from this boss, selectively, just based on a dice roll, either did, I don't know, a third of your health bar or 2/3. That's an equivalent scenario to what's happening. Okay, but all those other times I said I was going to stop bitching, I was just joking. This time, I'm actually going to stop bitching. I wonder how many attacks happen. Like, from the enemy, how many attacks happen? Because when the attacks happen this hard, you only need a small percentage of them to be unfair, to ruin the fight. And that was an example of one. I have only beaten this boss. The dark jail, whatever, asshole with a sword. And then I came up here. So as you can see, I haven't gone very many places in the DLC. Most of the playthrough at this point has been in about here. I might restart my game after this. It's getting laggier. Yep, unfair death. One of many. It probably isn't worth restarting the game yet. I don't just want to bail. But maybe I should. I'm gonna get another heal and ditch the extra black flame charge. I don't think it's worth it. For my Flask of Wondrous Physic, I wonder if the slow healing is worth it either. I think I should get rid of the bubble tier here. Like, it's useful to negate one hit, but I mean, there are so many hits, I feel like it'd be better to do something else. Maybe just, like, you know, resistance to various attacks or whatever. The thing is, I don't think any of these are going to, be all that amazing. You know, and if it's between, like certainly some of these would be useful, right? Like enhancing charge attacks or whatever, but like how, in this fight in particular, and especially in Phase 2 when things get hard, you know, how many opportunities do I have to do big charge attacks? And the answer is a few, but I don't know if it's worth it to get rid of my bubble shield that effectively negates a hit. This one could be nice, but again, especially in Phase 2, the attacks tend to be sporadic, so I don't think this would be very good. Stamina is not a problem. FP isn't a problem. Boosting max HP could be nice. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like this slow healing, it's not amazing, but at least it's something that is, you know, definitely useful, whereas a lot of these, like, imagine that I use one of these that, you know, boosts my charge attacks or whatever, and then in Phase 2 he decides to do a bunch of wind attacks that I can't punish. I feel like this is still the play. I like my Black Flame. My Black Flame does a lot of damage against this guy. I think it maybe isn't worth it to go for that attack, not in lightning phase, when he can just kill you with random lightning. Just run away. I'm not gonna mess with this. Yep, see, that's what I get for trying to punish lightning phase. Don't do it. It might be worth it to punish, like, this. Yeah, I'm thinking not, just because he can do those quick attacks that are so brutal. Okay, let me figure out how to dodge this. I think just... See, I don't quite understand that yet. Like, there's like a cloud of nonsense that hits you there. Also, I didn't read your message about what you used, Jate. Jate, I'm happy you're here. I want to be clear. I'm being a little peach about this fight, but it's fun chatting with you. I'm dead. It's all over. Okay. Like he still has half his health bar, man. Okay, lightning. Nope. Oh, that still hits me. Okay. That's also unfair because it staggers you and then you get hit twice. Okay, so that's a free heal though. That's nice. Man, this music though. This music goes pretty hard. That's an unfair double hit. I got staggered into the second hit. I did not mistime it. I just couldn't dodge. I'm kind of going for like some staggers here too, because why not? I might be able to stagger him. Still no stagger, really. There we go. Okay, I have 7 heals, and I'm going to use one right now. That's not fair, Miyazaki. You can't just double hit me out of nowhere. And my hands are sweaty, mom spaghetti. Dodge right, then dodge this one, then do a big jump attack. God, I want to kill this dummy. This one I can punish, I think. 3 left. No greed, no greed. Get beaten. Get absolutely beaten. You use Bubble Tear and the Magic Shrouding for extra damage. Maybe I should start using that. Well, now that I've beat it, that fight was awesome and I have no complaints at all. Let's read about the consumable, technically. I don't remember where the remembrances are. Remembrance of the Dancing Lion. God, that fight was a motherfucker. When the Impaler's army assailed the tower, the ritual of the lion dance was turned towards martial ends, its divinity, its fury, and lighthearted beauty. Oh, wait, I'm already wearing a wolf head. Can I replace it with the divine beast head? Why can't I sort in this menu, Miyazaki? Divine beast head. Ritual headwear in the form of a divine beast's head used to perform the lion dance. Worn by the very finest of the sculpted keepers. Alas, it no longer responds to the old woman's earnest prayer. Divine invocation heightens intensity of the storm alongside strength and dexterity, but reduces the restorative effect of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled by wearing this headwear. Divine invocation. One sec. Excuse me. Heightens intensity of the storm alongside strength and dexterity, but makes you heal less. I feel like I want to use it. Are you fucking kidding me? Obviously, I'm using this. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... That was only worth 120k? Wow, okay. I am going to stretch my legs for like a minute, 2 minutes. Get some water. And I will be right back. Hello. I can't believe how big this head is. That's ridiculous. Okay, so I made it here. I'm still not really clear on what this boss kind of is in terms of like its relevance to the game, and that's not me asking, of course. But in the base game of Elden Ring, I felt like through various conversations and item descriptions and stuff, I had a pretty good idea of like, one sec, my cat's lying on my desk and kind of being a little annoying, just like usual. And yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good comparison to Margit. I don't know why I felt so compelled to beat this boss now, rather than maybe because it's at the end of a not that big, but like a legacy dungeon, basically. So where does this take me now? God, both bosses that I fought in this DLC have been motherfucker difficult. Look, little lion things. So what's in here, I wonder? So cool. Oh, this is going to be another one of them spirit ashes. If only I used spirit ashes. Also, I don't remember, can I use these to get a bunch of money? I think I can. Oh, or I can use it to get boss weapons, probably. Oh shit, look at this. But I'm still so far away from the actual tree itself. This reminds me of that staircase in Raya Lucaria. Hello. Yep, the skibbity tree. Look at that. Wait a minute. I'm having a brain thought. I thought those may have just sort of been like decorative, you know, shadowy things. Those might be actual like platforms, like an area. That doesn't it kind of look like that? Tower of Shadow message. Chaos ahead. This is so cool. Look at the visuals on this. It's like, that's a really cool rendering trick. Look at that. Oh, that's amazing. Could be. Could be. I love that. That's awesome. Okay, let me read that note. Message left by Needle Knight... Oh, Leda. Addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Miquella is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there, or follow the crosses east. Sealed and obscured by shadow. You can enable a new items tab in the display settings? Like in these settings? Maybe... Oh, display. This is a good inclusion. Why in the hell is this buried in a menu? Thank you for telling me. That's amazing. That's exactly what I wanted. Because I've just been going to each tab individually and sorting them by acquisition. Oh, they added it in a patch. Okay, cool. I mean, it's an improvement. I'm happy to have it. Just a little odd. It's not... One of many things. I love this. Miyazaki, I know I was just insulting you before. I take it all back. You're a genius and you've done nothing wrong. Like, come on. That's so cool. So that's really interesting because this very obviously reminds me of the Tree in the base game, where you can get to the gates of it, but you can't get through until you do a lot more stuff. So maybe the reason that this boss was so difficult is maybe it's... Obviously, it's not like the final boss of the DLC, but maybe this was intended to be a much kind of later in the progression boss than I was doing. So with that in mind, let's, I guess, head back over here and just head someplace else. I wonder if these characters have anything new to say. Probably not. Not yet.
In battle, you can be sure I'll hold my own.
Thank you.
I urge you, follow after Mikilla. As long as you abide by his footfalls, you will be no enemy to me.
This voice actor kind of sounds like that character off of Peaky Blinders, that the priest, who's like the most evil character in the whole show. Did you really just say that's awesome? I cannot wait. I can't wait to watch everyone else's playthrough. I'm not doing it yet because the branching nature of this exploration is such that, you know, it would be very likely that someone goes and does something that I haven't found yet. But once I make more progress, I really can't wait to go watch some more. I mean, it's something I liked about the base game too, is that when you do hit a brick wall, you don't have to just mash your face into the brick wall. You can go do something else, or you can do what I did. Just yell at the game and then fight the boss for... That probably took me 3 hours, maybe a little more in total. An hour-ish yesterday and a little over 2 hours today. I should also say I'm on New Game Plus. So, I was saying earlier, I don't know to what extent the DLC is level scaling versus the New Game Plus level scaling. I don't know how those things balance out. I hope that I had a harder time with that boss than most people because, again, I like to think I'm pretty good at these games, actually. Even playing with the restrictions that I'm using, like I'm not really using items very much. I'm not summoning other players or using Spirit Ashes in the fights. Even with that, like that was like one of the hardest fights I've ever done in a Souls game. No question. Maybe the hardest. The rest of the DLC is going to be a piece of cake now, right? Oh, also, I want to replace this with my nice strength talisman. Oh my goodness. See, when I intended to start this DLC, so this game came out Thursday evening, my time, but I had plans on Thursday. So rather than start the game super late on Thursday, I opted to just start it on Friday. Except that I didn't start the DLC until Saturday because I had forgotten that I New Game Plus to this character, and I hadn't made it back to Moog yet. So I had to, you know, sprint through some areas and eventually work my way back to Moog. And that took about 3.5-ish hours, maybe 4 hours, to, you know, fight through all the bosses. And Moog himself took me maybe 7 or 8 attempts to beat. Also, did you know that you have to beat Radahn in order to access the DLC? So, like, I ran forward and I beat Moog and walked up to Mikola, which, by the way, the game doesn't tell you where the DLC starts. It gives you no indication at all, which is another big question mark on FromSoft's design, I think. Oh, God. Get off. Oh, God. Listen to them, like, yelling. Why am I so slow? Okay, that's not preventing my healing by very much, actually. Maybe this thing's like really, really heavy and I need more endurance now. But anyway, yeah, so I made it past Moog and walked up to Mikola and nothing happened at all. And at that point, it's like, okay, it was very similar to the feeling of finding the Hollow Knight DLCs, or not finding the Hollow Knight DLCs, I should say. Because Hollow Knight also doesn't give you any indication of where its DLCs are. So after I couldn't access Mikola, I thought to myself, I know, maybe I need to go beat Malenia, because, you know, she's connected in the lore to Mikola. That would kind of make sense. And so I fought my way, I should say sprinted largely through the Halig tree and Elphael, or whatever it is. Eventually made it to Malenia and gave her a few attempts, and then I remembered that Malenia is impossible, and so I stopped. The only way I even beat Malenia in my base game was to use the plus 10 Mimic tier, and that was before it was nerfed. What is that? Like a little town? Is he the fastest way to get to Moog? I thought you had to go through the, Oh, good gracious. I thought you had to go through the, snowy mountaintops, like, on the path to the Halig tree. You don't have to. I know that there's a... What the... Why do the flies stagger me with every hit? And they go faster than me. I thought that outside of that or the PvP thing with Vare, that you had to go through the snowy mountaintops. Ailment Talisman? Oh wait, I can use my new items tab. Raises resistance to the last ailment suffered. That's interesting. So it's like a general purpose talisman. When certain ailments are triggered, this talisman grants resistance to the same ailment. When the weak were infected with the dreaded fly sickness, they perished well before the metamorphosis could take hold. Oddly, those who cared for the infected and made certain they were given a proper burial were never afflicted themselves. Yeah, well, my problem, Jite, is that I killed Vare because he's a slimy guy. And so I had to just go to the mountaintops. Which means I also had to go get both halves of the secret medallion, which meant having to go fight Castle Sol and Commander Niall, which took me like 3 tries. Okay, so I'm not immediately seeing a path forward from here, so this may have just been a, you know, a little side path. Try jumping off. Didn't expect crab. There's a crab down there? I don't see a crab. I do see some steps going down on the other side. Huh. They're pointing at the crab, but I don't see the crab. Oh, interesting. Okay. But anyway, yeah, if you haven't beat Radon, just nothing happens. There's no interaction prompt at the cocoon. Mm-hmm. So where to now? Let's head across the big bridge. Or maybe underneath the big bridge? Probably across the big bridge. Feels so good to actually be exploring the DLC again and not just willingly jumping into the chipper shredder over and over again. Elak Great Bridge. What's gonna kill me on the Great Bridge? Look at how big this area is. Oh no. Serpentine. Lost Ashes of War. Serpentine. Thank you. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this so far. I mean, my DLC experience has been... I think it's unusual. Maybe it isn't unusual. I hear him behind me. Oh, the hyper armor. My experience has been unusual because the overwhelming majority of my time with the DLC so far has just been fighting those two bosses. And so now I feel like I can actually make some progress. Oh god, I'm trapped. God, the delay. Honestly, I'm not doing too hot. Like, these guys are all wrecking me. I feel really slow. And I know I'm wearing the big giant head now. But I think I'm still fast rolling, right? Let me try. If I take this off... Was the input latency always this bad? Oh, the game's running at 45 FPS. That's why everything's in slow motion, because it actually is. I might have to lower my graphics settings to medium. I don't know, maybe the DLC isn't as optimized as it should be. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of frame drops here. Yeah. Ooh, Mesmer Soldier Shield. Let me read about that. Worn round shield carried by soldiers loyal to Mesmer the Impaler. I assume I'm going to get to fight Mesmer at some point. The largest of all metal shields in their class. I am going to do that right now. Beautiful as this game is, let's drop this right back down to medium. To apply these changes, return to the title menu. Okay. I like that my character portrait is just a tangled mess of horns and hair. I don't know. I mean, modern AAA games just tend to push your GPU and your CPU, for that matter, so hard. And I built this PC like more than 4 years ago at this point. I built it new for Will of the Wisps. See, it's still running at about the same. It's running like... It's still dropping to like 51. I feel like it might be CPU limited more than GPU limited. I'm gonna actually put it back to high, believe it or not. I'm not really seeing any difference. Certainly not maximum, but let me do this one more time, and then I'll get on with the DLC. I have a 2080 Super. So it sounds like we both have cards that are pretty solid for a lot of use cases, but somewhat underpowered by modern AAA standards. Although I'm also of the opinion that there's a strong game of cat and mouse with hardware developers and AAA game developers, where it's like you could probably make the game's assets 10% worse and make everything run at a flawless 60 FPS. Like, do you really need... I'm not saying go back to PS2 quality, but, you know, maybe we could dial it back just a touch in the interest of performance. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I lowered the graphics settings and the performance, at least in this very small sample, didn't really seem to change, would indicate that it's CPU and not GPU limited. I mean, I'm also someone who plays a lot of old school RuneScape and genuinely think that game looks good. Not just it looks good because of nostalgia and, you know, I'm expecting a retro experience. Like, on its own merits, I genuinely think many parts, not all of it, certainly not, but many parts of that game genuinely look very charming to me and very visually pleasing. No, what is the big catch? The same thing was true on Elden Ring at launch. I think it had a lot of performance problems. Funnily enough, at launch, my CPU was comparatively a lot newer in terms of... I wasn't using bleeding edge tech, but, you know, my PC was only like 2 years old at that point. And so I really didn't experience that many performance problems. I want to turn on my lamp. It's getting a little dark. Also, I want to see if I can't find a treasure chest or something. Or, barring that, just break their table so they can't have a nice dinner. You know what? Now that you mention that, I think I saw a GIF of that on Twitter. That rings a bell. Interesting. There's a whole area down there. And I don't immediately see a way down. Maybe there is one. I don't know. It's kind of like, I guess it's a question of where you focus your resources in terms of creating graphics. Pixel. For example, what if you cut the density of foliage in half? What effect would that have on CPU performance? And the answer, of course, is I don't know. You'd have to ask From Software and probably profile it on a lot of different machines. But I can also understand how, you know, I don't have a bleeding edge PC. My PC is 4 years old. So if someone does have a much more powerful PC, it makes sense to allow the game to scale upward to match their rig. I just feel like in practice, you know, these games tend to favor the high end, which obviously they do. But I think that it tends to leave some of these other rigs out in the cold a little bit. I'm going to go fight this guy, and then I see the path down that way. I'm just rambling at this point. I'm not saying anything that people haven't said a million times. Oh, hi. I've seen you before. Like, yeah, this is 40 FPS right now. I don't know how visible it is on stream, but it's Good start, good start. No way did that hit me. By the way, this message was a praised message. I haven't left a message since I started playing again. So all of these message appraisals are queued from like more than 2 years ago. Shit, maybe I should swap the minimum, but I don't think it'll matter. Okay, I do want my souls back though, actually. That's fair. Okay, so let's drink this early this time. And now go get the guy. Trying to remember how to fight the giants. It's been a minute. Yeah, he's probably going to give me the business too. Thankfully, the black flame helps quite a lot. Okay, let's dodge these. I got a skid animation. Never get a skid animation, not even once. Black flame, die. Oh, you can get hit while you're down. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's my mistake for not losing my lock on. Let's just top off fully. Oh wait, get him. Cool. Fun fight. Royal magic grease, how interesting. Believed to have once been bestowed upon low-ranking Carrion Knights. Why are there Carrion Knights in the Shadow Realm? Oh, hi. You're here. Excuse me. I wonder if there's an illusory wall in here, because there's a wizard. Probably not. I could go back and heal up. Is what I would say if I was a coward. I do need to take that path down, though. My question is, who did this? I know there's a Mesmer the Impaler, and that's probably unrelated to the fact that there's, like, 2-story tall spikes with 100 people impaled through them. God, spear guys in this game are the worst. Oh, hi, there's another doggo. Wasn't there like a stagger issue with this game at launch where like poise didn't work right and literally everything staggered you? Unless you had like 70 poise or whatever. Or was that intended behavior, or does it still work like that, or is it still bugged? Mesmer Soldier Gauntlets. Gauntlets worn by soldiers, yeah. Because I remember that was something, I'm kind of used to it now, but that was one of the things that I and pretty much everyone else noticed at launch is like, literally every attack from like the smallest housefly will stagger you and interrupt you. Mm-hmm. I'm not loving this 45 FPS, I gotta say. Maybe I will lower to minimum and just see how it is. Goodbye. I am playing at 1080p. I could tweak these, of course, as well. But the game, for the most part, I'm leaning against it because for the most part, the game's been running at a totally smooth 60 FPS. I think it's maybe just something in these areas. Maybe there's like just a lot of grass. Oh, hey, I found another one of these. I abandon here the flesh of my body. Let's read that. Message left by Needle Knight Leda. Kind Mikola seeks the tower sealed by shadow and the gate of divinity found there. If we are to reach him, we must burn the tree that seals the path, and for that we require a flame. It does look pretty elaborate. There's I noticed a lot of foliage density. But yeah, it's probably a lot of stuff. Yay. I'm just going to let it run. It might even end up looking better on stream. I don't know if like OBS does any sort of like frame interpolation. How many souls do I have right now? Oh, I wanted to see what weapon I could get. So we'll do that in a sec. Let me see what this is. It makes sense, yeah, these full screen effects. And I'm only playing at 1080p, like, it'd be much, much worse if I was trying to do, like, 1440p or 4K or whatever. So I need to do a few things here. Number one, I want to go to the round table hold. See if I can't look at the boss weapon. Hello, Two Fingers. I still don't know how the two fingers equates to Mikola.
You know what this means. The earth tree has burned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by
Oh yeah, this is all old dialogue. Equipment of champions. Oh, wow. What can I make from this? Raises potency of storms. A charm depicting the crazed, cavorting dance of the divine beast conducted at the Tower Festival raises potency of storms. Divine beasts are messengers of the heavens, and their rage mirrors the tumult of the skies, of which storms are the pinnacle. That's really interesting, Jite. That makes sense, but I don't think I would have predicted that. And then Ash of War. Grants an armament the cold affinity in the following skill: Divine Beast Frost Stomp. A skill which imitates the wrath of the Divine Beast's stance. Lift a leg high up and stamp it down with great force, etc., etc. I don't know if I want this. I think I'm just going to hold on to this, maybe change my mind later. I think I'd rather just have the money. I'm also very curious how this DLC is going to be integrated, kind of woven into the base game, or whether it's just kind of stapled onto the side, you know? Show Shadow Realm map. I want to go over here, because this person asked me to talk to him if I find another cross, and I found one. And I'd like to tell you all about it.
Righteous Tarnished. What brings you here?
What?
Oh, you must mean Samor. Samor is a kind and stalwart ally. He provisions our little outfit. Samor traffics with the Forager Brood, his brethren, who collect supplies from all corners of the land. No doubt they find inspiration in his many virtues. These are not your foes, Tarnished. Should you spot any Forager Brood, be sure to mind your manners.
Okay.
Righteous Tarnished.
I thought you told me to come back if I found more. Then maybe I need to find more than that.
Welcome. I like finding things for you.
I've already read this. And there's nothing worth buying. Okay, well.
Bye.
Oh, also, I just remembered I got that note from the guy not that long ago about should you chance upon a sealed spirit spring, look for stacked stones. So I don't know where that is, but at some point I'll know where that is. I'm gonna go back here and head down that path that's not on the bridge straight away. Hey Colin, welcome. Yeah, I haven't streamed in quite a while. I streamed Elden Ring. I actually was just looking back at my VODs. I streamed Elden Ring, and then I streamed Lies of P, and now I'm streaming this. So there's been like a year-ish between my sets of streaming sessions, more or less. Whoa. What are you? Whoa! Oh god. Now there are two of them. This is getting out of hand. I want to switch my flasks back. Okay, these guys really aren't that bad. I was just being kind of cowardly. Game dev is going well, thank you for asking. I continue to work hard on it. Jury's out on when I'll release something, but I really am trying. Okay, so that's 5 hits with the Black Flame. That's not bad at all. Game dev is impossible. No, I always feel a little sheepish talking about my game development because I feel embarrassed by the fact that I've put so much time and effort into it, and to say I have nothing to show for my work is not true, just factually, but it kind of feels that way because I haven't shipped anything. I have, since I last streamed, around the beginning of this calendar year, I started using Rust and Vulkan, whereas previously I was using C# and OpenGL. So by this point I have an engine in Rust using Vulkan. I'm also using an ECS architecture, and all of this stuff is interesting, but also what I'm describing is a game engine and not a game. So something I've been trying to improve at in recent times is just making sure that I'm, obviously you need an engine to run a game. You need some, at least a minimum baseline level of tech. But I'm trying to make sure that I'm spending my time using that tech to build a game rather than getting mired in building tech infinitely forever. Ooh. Boosts magic negation by the utmost? Ho 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 ho. I like that. The ancient dragons, who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree, would protect their lord as a wall of living rock, and so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. This thing's awesome. By the utmost. What a good descriptor. Okay, well that was a fun excursion. I don't think there's anything else down here. So let's head back inside. And then there's a whole path up this way too that I can go, so I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I'm gonna feed my cat. One moment. I'd be down with that description as well. Okay, so I made it to the checkpoint. Me and my 45 frames per second are going to go kill you and then go into the castle. Off the cliff with you. Is this like a new area? The heck? God damn it. Didn't expect unguarded butthole. Brilliant. Wait a minute. I want to change my flasks. I keep forgetting. I want 1 magic flask for extra black flame. $13 big heals, 1 magic heal. Goodbye. Mm-hmm. Boy, that dog just did not want to take a step forward. God, dogs are the most dangerous enemy in Elden Ring. Okay, so I made it down into the butthole. What's in the hole, I wonder? A little mouse? Okay, so I see that I can jump over there. But what's this way? Nothing personal. Okay, so that's where I just was. Is there anything down around the sides? Miyazaki likes to hide things around the sides of, the sides sometimes. Hey, that bird had it coming. Okay, so now we do a little jumperoo. Okay. You're in my way, mouse. This is pretty cool. Oh god, the camera just shifted there. Dogs! Could this be dog? Yes. Can you jump on the dogs? I think I tried that. Can I run up the river? Or is it going to kill me? I hope so. I see the waterfall passage. Let's go check there first. Oh. Secret passage? You never know. Miyazaki's a trickster. There's a lot of branching paths, though. I'm just, all I'm thinking right now, apart from, wow, look at how cool these barrels look, is I cannot wait. Oh! Maybe that was actually intended to get in here. Okay. I can't wait to watch other playthroughs of this game. Really, really can't wait. Because who needs to make a video game and actually earn money when you can just play Elden Ring instead? Now, are you going to see me as I walk inside? No. Okay, so that was actually intended, I think. I thought I was taking a fun detour. I thought I didn't hit the other guy. Tragic. Okay. Chill, Godwin. What? I'm stuck. I'm stuck in the wall. The wall is the final boss. Yeah, jump attack spam is very, very powerful. Well, these alpha effects, though, that alpha effects will tank your frame rate. Item. There is no item. I haven't found an illusory wall yet in this DLC. So that's an observation. That was a strong dog. Wow. It's been eating high health kibble. What even is this castle? Oh, ho, 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 look at you standing in a bush. Gotta punish the walls somehow. Okay, I saw that. Or are you an actual, like, semi-tough enemy? Can't run away from me. Oh yeah, same. Okay, let's go take you out. Nice. It is really interesting to me that so many of these enemies are like using similar attacks. You know, that might just be a method by which FromSoft makes their development more efficient, right? By reusing attacks. But also, like, I still don't know what this place is, really. Like, whether it's like a dream realm or whether it's like a real place that Mikola teleported us to. And if it's some kind of dream, then it would make sense that some of the, I don't know, apparitions in his dream might draw from some of the creatures in real life, something like that. I'm just kind of speculating here. Okay, big enemy there. Is this going to be a shortcut, maybe? Also, I don't know whether there's going to be a mimic. Wolfcrest shield. A finely made blue shield featuring an engraving of a wolf under the moon excels at fending off sorceries. Interesting. The wolf is the beast of the Carrion Royal Covenant, a symbol of the moon's pride that none can forget, no matter what remote lands they may arrive in. No skill. Like me. Oh no. It's Monorail, the knight. Kinda low on resources for this guy. Okay, so this is going to be like the other boss where I have to do jump attacks to stagger him consistently. You input reading son of a bitch. Okay, that's good. Okay, never mind. I take it all back. Nope. Okay, he just did a double hit. Not even close. Get out of here, Monorail. Moonrathil's Night Sword. Great sword embedded with a blue glintstone. Man, that was close. The favored weapon of the steadfast Carrion Knight, Moonrathil. Moonrathil was the Twin Moon Knight's chamberlain. What's the Twin Moon Knight? She was also a friend to the trolls who served the royal family and proudly wielded their weapons as she fought arm in arm with her gargantuan comrades. Tremendous phalanx. So that'll be those glint blades again. I was bitching about this earlier. I really wish that they would just make the poise meter visible. Do I have any healing items? Probably not. I guess I could use a rune arc. Does that heal me? Not really. I guess we continue. I think more generally, I've sort of come around to the opinion that obscuring very relevant information from the player is rarely enjoyable to me. Like in Hollow Knight, for example, there's a mod that lets you see enemy health bars, and I think that the game's much better with that. Rolana's cameo. Enhances attacks executed after maintaining the same stance for a while? What the heck? Talisman featuring a gallant portrait of Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight. Enhances attacks executed, etc. Engraved as a reminder of the unparalleled devotion of those who left their homelands to serve Rolana. By your leave, we will accompany you wherever your lunar vessel takes you. I wonder how all of this... There's a lot of talk of the moon and like lunar stuff. I saw this theory from the base game that Ronnie had stashed her Great Rune on the moon. What if we get to go to the moon? See, I mean, ultimately it's subjective. I think I just strongly disagree with that. You do get a feel for it, but then that can also backfire. Like in this game where you just have to feel out stagger bars and just hope that you get a stagger, and you might not. I think it's a lot more enjoyable to just be able to know, and then that would also arguably allow FromSoft to make their bosses harder, because they know that they're giving you enough information to say, if you go for a stagger and fuck it up, it was your fault, because you were given the information. You know, like, you don't need to... There's always going to be a barrier of information, whatever you want to call it. Like, for example, I'm not saying this would be a good idea, to be clear, but imagine hypothetically that FromSoft had like a kill feed on the side of your screen that said, here are all the attacks that the boss is going to use in the following order. I think the game would be worse if they did that. Excuse me. You know, so I'm not proposing they show you every single piece of information they possibly could, but I'd like to see them show more. At least for like the really important meters, you know? I mean, you could imagine this game without health bars as well. And it would function. It would work. You could even get rid of them for boss fights, but I don't think that I would like that very much. Okay, I don't have enough health to be messing with all you goober spellcasters. Whoa! Help! Open! Waterfowl will never be changed, but it needs to be changed because the attack is broken and unfair. It doesn't need to be removed, but it does need to be modified in one of any number of ways. They could make it interruptible while she's in the air with like a thrown weapon or a strong bow attack. They could make it, they could tweak the timings so that you need 4 precisely timed dodge rolls, where right now you can't just dodge roll them. They could make it go in a straight line so that you could sidestep it. They could make it heal less health. Like, there's so many things that they could do, so many knobs that they could tweak to make the attack fair. And it's the combination of all of the details of the attack together that makes it so unfair. Okay, well, I can't kill you right now. I wonder if he's probably just going to keep peppering me with bullets. I really don't love how little health I have. And how many runes I have. Here, let me do this. Oh no, it's a spear guy. Oh my god. Well, but I don't think waterfowl can click. Like, it's different from other attacks because for most bosses in the game, you can get by with just about any build, even though obviously some builds will have a harder or easier time than others. You can, maybe that's not true absolutely 100%, but for most of the game, you can get by doing largely whatever build you choose. And for waterfowl, you just can't. Like, my chosen playstyle, which is, you know, using kind of like a straight sword, just focusing on positioning and dodge rolling, not using ashes. There is really nothing I can do about waterfowl. Again, I can't sidestep it, I can't block it, I can't interrupt it, I can't predict it. If it was more predictable, that would be another thing, because you could preemptively run away or something, but like, you can't do that either. She can do it at any time from any attack. It's just unfair. And it wouldn't be unfair, it would be difficult, but it wouldn't be unfair if they were to change any number of things about the attack. Interesting, more imbued sword keys. So normally I don't like running past enemies either, by the way. I kind of like to feel like I've actually fought through an area. But I'm just so weak that I'd really like to continue. Can I kill you without getting hit once? I doubt it. I could try sprinting past you. Because I know he's got his big Radagon attack too. Let's go, come on. Now he gets up and I do a big power attack. Let's go! Okay, I'm pretty proud of that. Please give me a checkpoint. Or, oh my god, is this a shortcut? Please. I'm so weak. And before there's something under there. Or a secret passage on the... Oh! Someone rated my message! Thank you, thank you, thank you. First off, well done, therefore praise the message. Okay. Yeah, and I also know that it's possible to dodge all of the waterfowl dance damage, like with kind of speedrunner precision movement. It's just like there's no other attack in the game that requires that kind of precision. I'm gonna see if there was like a hidden passage in the wall here or anything. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there's plenty of hard bosses, and Melania is just a very large step above that. Let me see if there's anything under here. Might as well be thorough. They rarely do put stuff under there, but might as well check. And it's frustrating because it's only waterfowl. Like, she has a lot of other difficult attacks, you know, but you, just like any boss, you practice them and eventually you learn how it works. Like, when I was grinding out Melania and eventually beat her, it got to the point where sometimes I would get through phase 1 taking 0 damage besides waterfowl. I'm so glad I found this. Yeah, exactly. But it's a sticking point that, you know, some more frustrating people on the internet will point to. Right, all of your criticism of Melania is nonsense because technically it's like, okay, but fuck off. Like, you know that that's not reasonable. But, I mean, I beat her casually, so... Whatever. Who is this? I can summon Lita. I'm not going to, but I could. That's fair. I mean, I think she's a brilliant boss. It is literally only waterfowl. Everything else about the fight, the music, the presentation, the attack, it's all amazing. I don't even care that she heals. I mean, I wouldn't complain if they tuned it down a little bit, but like, the answer is don't get hit, right? Or the fact that you use summons and she heals off of that and she heals through shields, I could see that maybe being changed or mitigated, but it really is just the waterfowl. So what do we have? Oh, Relena, I was just reading about you. Poke. That's not bad damage for just one little poke. Yeah, I'm gonna not talk for like a minute or two here and just listen. Cool. This fight's cool. God, she punishes you. I say she. It kind of Relena sounds like a female name with the A suffix there. And now I'm just wondering what phase 2 is going to be because, like, obviously I'm getting wrecked because it's my first try, but like this isn't that bad. So like, what's phase 2 going to be? It had a follow-up. Very cool. Let me try to learn this moveset here. Oh, really? That's awesome. 1-2. That's a big steppy on that. I've never been wrecked so hard in all my life. Yeah, so far it doesn't seem that bad. Like, again, it's going to take me a number of tries to get her moves down, but like this seems doable. What a stupid statement. Of course it's doable. I mean, like, it doesn't seem as bad as the other fight so far. Yep, just gotta learn her moveset. She dodges to the right and then does 100,000 hits in a row and then you die. That's the answer. Ah! Relena, let me black flame you. Look at that movement, just waiting for you to make a move and punish you for it. Well, that's cool. I was able to jump one of her attacks. That was an up, up, and then a forward strike. A big part of these fights, too, is learning, when can you attack at all. So that was the same 1-2 and then a double cross. Bad timing. Big weight on that one. She's got some delay, too. Okay, that attack I'm starting to recognize. I've seen it a few times now. Yes, see these delays? Follow up. Yep. Okay, so that was just the one hit. That was cool. Oh, my stamina's pretty low. I'm also trying to go for staggers here, because why not? Speak of the devil. Phase 2. Oh no! Oh, no! Come on! Okay. Okay. So that kind of strikes me as like one of those phase changes where she will probably persistently get additional damage, but also there's kind of like a flurry of attacks you have to deal with kind of like right when the phase starts, and I'm guessing that that'll happen consistently. Okay, so that was just a 1-2. Big weight on that. I don't know about that hitbox. That kind of looked like it missed me. That's fine. These attacks are coming so fast that it's going to take me a number of attempts here. I think you just have to get a feel for them. Because in the moment, it's very difficult to read. It's like, which arm does she raise? That was cool. Yeah, it's cool. It's just, it's difficult. Very, very difficult. Yeah, she is. But this seems to be a major boss. So after the right dodge, it seems like it's just those attacks. Maybe she follows up differently, and that was a left dodge followed by. Oh, that was cool. And then more combos after it too. That attack I've seen a few times. As for whether I can predict it is a whole different question. I could probably dodge that forward and get in a hit. Bad timing. God, that hits hard. So that was just kind of a straight turn. Delay on that one. Saying it out loud kind of helps me, I think. I wonder if her stance at the start informs what she can do. That was input reading. That was bullshit. Yeah, like that delay, I could probably get in a hit before I dodge it. So there's a follow-up to the double swing. Wait. Maybe a straight shot here. That's a stab, swing, and then a double stab. And then she can follow up with that. A lot of these bosses will do like conditional combos based on whether you've hit them as well. So sometimes it isn't sufficient to like just kind of wait back and try to learn all their moveset in a bubble. You have to see how it plays in practice when you're actually attacking them. Pixel, I can't see anything, excuse me. It's like I've got cat aggro. Pixel, I'm streaming right now, okay? My cat is very cute and also very opaque. Yeah, I believe that with great hammers, Jite. Sounds tough. Okay, I'm starting to get a feel for it. What's the FPS of this fight? I'm still not at 60. That's making it a little harder. Maybe a lot harder. I guess this fight's 55 FPS. It's not too bad. I think that the way she dodges will inform her follow-up. Yeah, so like I'm trying to pay attention to which way she's dodging and where she's holding her swords. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff like that. Margit has some stuff that's comparable. Where sometimes he will or will not continue a combo conditionally. I am going to drop to minimum settings. I'm really tired of the frame drops. I want to see what it looks like on minimum. If it doesn't help, then I'll go back up. But I mean, this fight's hard enough without the inconsistent frames. And this game, when the FPS drops, it seems to actually drop the FPS. It isn't just a rendering artifact. Like, the game is running slower. At least, I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, it looks so much worse, though. Oh my god. And it's not running that much better. Like, it's a little better. No, that's not good. I'm gonna try one attempt at minimum settings. Or at least low settings. It's better. It's still not actually at 60. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna up the settings again after this fight. Okay, so she's waiting. She does that. Big delay. That's insane. See, I can't go and attack her because she does that. Yeah, these are difficult dodges. So it seems like the play there's probably don't run up and attack her. Maybe... I don't know, maybe I could do a jumping attack. Okay, let's up those settings again. That was like only a few FPS better. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's more just, it's going to take so many attempts to learn. Like, she moves so fast. And probably, I'm guessing that one of the ways that they made this boss difficult was by mixing and matching different combinations. So I'm guessing that, like, when she dodges left versus right, she'll follow up in particular ways. But she can probably dodge left or right conditionally in combination with other partial movesets, you know what I mean? You've got a bit of a combinatorial explosion of what you can do. The other thing that they like to do in this game, much more so than the other games, is they delay all the attacks, which means that if you dodge roll when they lift their sword up, you get hit. They do that fucking constantly on like bosses and enemies. Yeah, I look forward to it, Jose. Okay, I need you to turn around though when I do a jump attack, please. See, so that one you can... Okay, that's really frustrating. I'm holding forward even and my character doesn't turn. I guess I just have to hold, like, jump before that. That one I could have sworn I dodge rolled in time. Okay, so those are some hits she can do. I am having a hell of a time actually parsing these attacks. It feels like there's so many of them that it's very, very difficult to actually try to... I feel like I still have no idea what she's going to do at any given moment. Which means I can't beat her until I figure that out. I think I'm going to start paying very close attention and like saying it out loud. That'll, I think, help me. So she's running forward. She dodges left and then does 1, 2, 3, 4. She dodges right and then does 1, 2, 3. And here she's just waiting. What if I just run away? She's standing in that pose where both her swords are kind of pointing forward. Is she going to point her sword at me when she does this? She runs forward. Does 1, 2, 3, pause, hit. 1, 2, 3, pause, hit. She does 1, 2, 3, pause, hit. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, pause, hit. And now that can have a follow-up as well, I think. That was 1, 2. She just points her sword. That was a dodge right, and then 1, 2. That was a step forward before a slash. 1, 2, 3. I want to just see if I can start to recognize some consistency, you know? That was 1, 2, 3, pause, forward. And then big hit, and then no follow-up after the 2 big sweeps, which she can do after her front step. Again, right now she's just waiting. Is she going to point her sword at me again? That was just a dash forward with just a 1, 2, 1, 2. So she has 2 different kinds of forward dashes. 1, 2. Again, apologies if this is annoying, me just kind of dictating it, but I think it helps me. Stop input reading me. Fuck you, Miyazaki, for input reading. That's not fair. 1, 2, 3. That was a 1, 2, 3 pause hit. That was right hit and then 1, 2, 3 double hit. That's different from before, isn't it? 1, 2. Left hit 1, 2, 3. Maybe I'll focus just on one piece at a time. Just say like what happens when she left steps. Fuck you, Miyazaki, for input reading. That's not fair. Right now I'm focusing on just the left steps. Well, a switch up with a it's only fair, well, if it's fair. You have to be able to predict what is going to happen with 100% consistency before it happens, or the different options must have a consistent response that can 100% avoid attacks. Anything else is unfair. And I'm not saying this boss isn't that way, it's just like, I need to determine what the patterns are. That's why I'm not engaging. No, I'm not focusing on that. I'm focusing on left step, not any step. I want her to focus left and see what she does. See, so that's one where when she's at medium distance, she can just dash forward and just do a 2-hit. So I just have to be wary that when she's at that distance, that anytime she can dash forward, and I just have to roll into her twice to dodge that. While she's pacing slowly, she can just do that. But that's not the only thing she can do. She has another front step, which is different. So what I'm wondering is, what is the response to both of them? Because they must have a consistent response that works. Well, it's unfair. You're welcome to like it, but it is objectively unfair. The reason it's objectively unfair is that the player is given no way to understand when input reading will occur or what the response to input reading will be. Which means that it's just a dice roll as to whether you take damage. You're welcome to like that, but it is not fair. I'm still trying to focus on just like lefts and forwards right now. It's too much in my brain if I try to track everything at once. So that one, she ran up to me. That was different than her other attacks. So here she can step forward. That's a different step where she held her sword to the side. That's a different attack too. Is that because I was closer? Again, here she can step forward. Yep. See, but that was a different step. That one time she didn't attack. But I think it was slow enough that I could have dodged a few times. Yep, that's different. Left is... It's so hard to learn these attacks. I'm still trying to focus on just left and forward. What can she do in either case? So that was a case where she could have done a few things stepping forward, and my front roll seemed to work that time. So maybe that's the play. That's at least the third thing that she can do with her front step. There are several options at this point, I think. When she points her sword at you, that's a lunge as well. So do a front step. Do a front step. What are you going to do? That was a different attack as well. I think that's 4 different moves she can do with a forward step. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was a point blank attack. Front step, front step. So, how do I know in advance what she's going to do? She must move a little differently. But there isn't a pattern for input reads for this, though, right? Because, like, I heal plenty of times. That time, I healed and she didn't do her move. And by the way, it isn't just a question of, is there a pattern? It's, is the pattern discernible? Like, I'm sure... Obviously, there's some internal logic for what the pattern is because it's a video game. Obviously, there's internal logic driving the behavior. But, like, even if it isn't based on RNG, if the pattern is inscrutable to the player, that's still, for all intents and purposes, might as well be random. And I'm not saying it is that way. Again, I'm still learning. But if it's that way, then it isn't fair. Do a front step. Do a front step. Okay, I'm starting to recognize that slow attack. That's good. I'm waiting for the front step, of which she can do a few things. So that was a point, and then that was a different kind of move. I've seen that one before. I want to be clear, I'm still in the learning phase. I'm not expecting to, like, immediately be able to just sight read this boss. That's not my expectation at all. I'm just trying to get a feel for what's happening. Okay. 1. See, but then there wasn't a follow-up there. Even though there was the point. Maybe it changes based on whether I hit her? Hi, Tuba. I'm glad, Jate. My goodness. I don't like playing this passively either because it's a little dull. I feel like I have to try to understand the attacks, because if I start trying to just counterattack her all the time, it's going to be that much harder to recognize the patterns. But also, like I was just saying, often bosses will change their attacks based on your proximity or whether you counterattack. So I might not be getting the full story here. So here she runs forward. That's a right step followed by 1, 2, and then a back step. Yeah, see, that attack I recognize, but how do I predict it? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That was a 1, 2, 3, 4 from the left. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That was a different 1, 2, 3, 4. That was a different move as well. 1, 2, 3. Nope, that was one. That was a 2. My God, dodge left and then right. The cardinal sin that some Souls bosses, like, that was unfair. That input read was unfair. For example, I just healed and she didn't use that move. it is unfair if she just does it sometimes, because for all intents and purposes, imagine that 1 out of every 5 flasks you drink just is poison and hurts you instead. That's equivalent to what these input reads do, which is why it's so indefensible. Or at least, I have not noticed any patterns yet. I was going to say that the cardinal sin that a lot of not a lot, some FromSoft bosses fall prey to is, hey Lucy, how have you been? The cardinal sin that some from bosses commit is that from a particular tell, there will be different responses, and if you respond to the wrong one, you'll take damage. The classic example there is like, you know, maybe a boss steps forward with a quick attack, and so you have to do a quick roll. But there's another move where they also quick step forward, but then they delay, meaning that if you react as if it was the first move, you immediately dodge into damage. I want to say like Champion Gundyr did that for like one of his attacks. Right, come here, you saucy wench. Okay, see, there was no sidestep there. That move I recognized, actually. And that one. Starting to recognize it. Yep, okay. The 1-2, and then the Happy Meal combo afterwards. Get off me, Rolana. Your name is Renala. I've already fought you in Rai Lucaria. Yeah, okay, see, I'm starting to recognize that combo. She seems to do that consistently with kind of the 2 swords as a 1-2. Then they splish splash together. Yeah, see, that combo she likes to do. She does not like you being close to her. My goodness. Just sip all the sippy juice. Okay. Sidestep. Sidestep to the right? No. Okay, but I'm recognizing that combo. Getting a little better. Yep, there it is again. That's the value meal. Quick. Oh, God. Zoop. Oh, good gracious. Sidestep? No. Okay, slow hits on those. Yep. Sidestep, 1-2, 1-2, and... oh, that was a backstep. Ah! Okay, I like that combo because I know it. Uh-oh. Here we go. Time to dodge everything. 1, 2, 3. Ow. Ow. I'm alive. Eat this. Oh my god. This fight was already impossible. You can't make it more impossible. Okay, okay. Alright, Miyazaki, you've had your fun. Oh, that continued that time. That was a 1-2. That was still my best attempt, believe it or not. That particular swing, cross swing seems pretty abusable, and I think there's going to be opportunities for the Black Flame here as well. I don't want to imagine that, Lucy. She'd pull out a fire sword and skewer me. Again, I don't want to approach because she can attack really, really fast. Wait. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go back to Burger King, Rolana. I think I need to sprint and then... I just realized I don't think I ever leveled up with my trillion souls, and I don't think I got them back either, so I think I just lost like 200-something thousand. Yeah, see, that one... I don't know about that attack. Because she just darts forward and does the double hit, and that's... I guess I just have to be ready to react to it. There's probably a difference. Like, she probably moves her sword in a particular way. I'm taking more damage now because I'm trying to weave in Black Flames. Okay, so now... Get staggered. That's right, sit down. That one's tough to block. Okay, well I got the first one down. These jump attacks are not actually that bad to get, I think. That was my bad. I knew that was coming. That's a pretty recognizable series of moves. Okay. Every single boss in the DLC is just going to eat my lunch, is what I'm learning. No more lunch for me. And then they're going to shove me up against a locker and steal my lunch money. I feel like I always get hit by those. Still definitely struggling to recognize when the big... She has that attack where she swings both swords together, and I'm not sure what the tell is that that's coming. Once it starts, it's predictable. Into the meat grinder again. Is this going to take me more tries than the lion thing? I feel like I always get hit by that. I'm not sure why. Okay, recognize that one. Big hit. Let's get some Black Flame hits. Oh, I didn't think that had the range. I thought I might stagger her there. What a foolish hope. Can you get staggered, please? Hey, I'm alive. Okay, so like there's a bunch of secondary explosions now basically for a lot of these same hits. She's extending her combos, I think, in phase 2 is what's happening. They seem to be longer on average. Tee-hee-hee. But so far they don't seem fundamentally different. She's just kind of comboing them more. She's stuffing more chicken nuggets into the bag. Buffered rolls! I love you, Miyazaki. I love you and I love your buffered rolls. I had a buffered roll forward into her and then it fucked up my positioning. Can I just outrun this? Yes. That's the first time I've ever dodged all of that nonsense. Okay, so I can jump over that. That's good. Nice, missed. That I've never seen before. That particular combination there. These buffered rolls are absolutely fucking killing me, though. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to figure out how to dodge that. Fucking buffered rolls. Fucking input reading. What's that you were saying about it being predictable? This game's use of input buffering is so fucking strange. It buffers input constantly, except when you want it to. Like, those last 3 or 4 hits, I was trying to dodge roll the next one, but because I kept getting hit in that short window of input buffering, like before my key press was actually registered by the game, it kept interrupting it and not buffering it. So in those instances, it does actually clear your input buffer queue, but not in every other instance. It makes no sense. I pressed roll probably 5 times in that last encounter and was never able to roll once. That's wild to me. I can't approach her, she attacks too fast. Yep, there's the follow-up. Whoa, what? She pointed her sword and didn't do her lunge. Why did she not do her lunge? Kill me. Why did she not do her lunge? That was the telegraph broken? She summoned the things, pointed her sword forward, and she didn't lunge. She always lunges. She can just not lunge sometimes? Is that an actual thing, or is that a meme in Monster Hunter? That one makes me salty. That was either a broken telegraph or I don't know what happened there. She didn't behave the way she was supposed to. It's a meme, okay. That makes sense. It has the cadence of a meme to it. So she basically infinite combos when you're close to her is what I'm learning. She never stops comboing. Okay, she didn't lunge again. So it's not broken, it's just that tell doesn't mean anything, I guess. That's odd. Like, she just... Well, you use the word switch up. I want to be clear. What do you mean by that? Because I am noticing the switch ups. What I'm struggling to notice is the consistency. I'm not saying it isn't there definitely. I'm struggling to notice it if it's there. Because there must be some predictability. That doesn't mean it has to be exactly the same every time, but it must be predictable and preventable. If it isn't, then it's broken. Which it probably isn't, but right now it kind of feels that way. Yeah, it's the sum rule part that I'm struggling with. You know what? You know why else this fight is really hard? Is because the input buffering problem is super bad in this fight because there's so many quick attacks. Which means that until you know the fight extraordinarily well, you're constantly, fucking constantly getting fucked by input buffering. Every time you slightly miss time, you're going to get a buffered roll, and it's going to kill you. This fight is the poster child for input buffering being a problem. Or this aspect of input buffering. Okay, so I thought that was a sweep. I didn't realize it was another stab. It does suck, and it sucked for 15 years, and I wish Miyazaki would fix it. But might as well scream that into a pillow at this point for all the good it'll do. At this point, Miyazaki likes the broken input buffering. Like, has anyone... I ask this rhetorically, I don't expect an actual answer. Has anyone, like, asked Miyazaki in an interview, like, why is this still a problem? Have you ever played your own games? Because this is awful. Oh, she can just turn, like, 100 million degrees to hit you there. Kill me. It is, and it's wild that it's been a thing for so long, and it drives me up the wall. Also, while I'm bitching, fucking input latency. Still a quarter second, by the way. I'm trying to react to these super fast hits, and every single dodge is effectively delayed by a quarter second. Remember, that's what I'm dealing with trying to dodge these hits. Yep. That's funny to say, I agree. What? Kill me again. She's never done that before. I think her input reading just buffered itself and broke. She used that move with the projectile on the sword. I used my black flame. She instantly used it again with a faster animation than the first time. I've never seen her use it twice in a row. I've never seen it cast with such a low delay. There was a similar issue in some attacks in Dark Souls 3 that I heard dubbed as animation munching. It's like sometimes the game chomps through some of the wind-up animation in an effort to get the attack out faster for enemies. It's very odd. God damn, this input delay is just brutal though on this fight. You know, like how long do you think it is from when she dashes forward to when she hits you? Because it's probably like a half second, which means you have like a quarter second to react. And that's not very much time to react. Yeah, I just don't think the input reading should exist. It's not fair. And you know what's funny is that I should be more specific with my terminology. The boss can react to what you're doing all it likes, but they need to introduce a delay as if the enemy was actually observing you. The fact that they can respond on the frame that you press the button is what makes it unfair. I like that attack. That one's fun. Sometimes I feel like some of these bosses aren't really meant for Dark Souls. I feel like they fit in with Bloodborne. Like, they attack so relentlessly and are so difficult to dodge that it feels like you're supposed to be able to steal back health like you can in Bloodborne. Okay, let's see. Can I run this? I can run the first two. I would just love to be a fly on the wall and be a fly on the wall that speaks Japanese and listen to some of their design meetings, because, like, I can't imagine a team of experienced designers sitting down and saying, hey, you know what would be fun? Let's have a boss that just randomly will just punish you for healing when you're otherwise in a very reasonable position to heal. If they want to do random damage, that's fine, but it's something that first-person shooters realized a long time ago, is if you're going to have unavoidable damage, then you need to have some automatic health regen. Or something like Bloodborne, where you can get it back. Like, the central tenet of Dark Souls design is that if I'm good enough, I should be able to do this whole fight and take 0 damage. And you probably can, but, like, right now, a lot of these hits just don't really allow you to do that. She just reacts too quickly and too unpredictably. Like, that combo there, I don't know that she always continues it. From start to end was probably 1/5 of a second. She got into position and then just went hit and just hit me again. No human being can react to that. And even if they do, remember, something you see about these games is people will Google and say, well, the average human has something like a maybe 250, 300 milliseconds reaction time. So that's, if any attack is faster than that, that's unfair. It's like, no, because also there's input latency. And also, you don't dodge when you press the button, you dodge when you release the button. Which means that anything that's faster than about 1/2 second is... It's not necessarily unfair in a bubble, but it depends if it's predictable in advance. So, like, a lot of attacks have, like, a slow wind-up, and then you know when it drops, so you can just prepare the dodge, and it's fine. But when you have these variable combos, you do actually have to react. You can't just see what they're doing, because it's variable, right? It's random, and they're switch-ups, as you call them. You can't have switch-ups that are unreactable. So then the solution there is find a consistent response so that regardless of which move is chosen, you still dodge it effectively, at which point it becomes a war of attrition, and I don't know, I don't find that to be the most enjoyable part of these games. I'm not saying, again, I don't expect to be able to walk in and just sight read it perfectly. That would be unreasonable. But I think they need a better middle ground on a lot of these. Or the fact that, like, a lot of them will attack twice in a row, which effectively requires a more precise dodge. I don't know, it's frustrating. That was not the attack I was expecting. I need to run away from these because sometimes she does a follow-up that you can't really effectively dodge. And those ones hit you when you're running. Right. Mm-hmm. Well, and it's interesting. It's one of the reasons I like Bloodborne is that Bloodborne has a lot of very fast rampaging enemies, but they also have the rally mechanic. So you can get through Bloodborne without getting hit. People have done it. But also, like, as opposed to other Souls games, taking damage... Here's the way to think about it. The amount of healing that you have is... You can think of it like your mistake allowance. Because assuming that you find an appropriate opportunity to heal, then healing allows you to undo your mistakes and continue the fight. Or another way to think about that is if you had no healing at all, imagine you just baked the amount of healing that you would get into a supersized health pool. And it wouldn't be exactly the same because you'd take away the timing and challenge to heal during combat, but it would be similar. And if a flask is going to be a mistake allowance, then you need to make sure that taking damage is actually a mistake on your part, meaning that it has to be fair, meaning predictable and preventable. And in Bloodborne, that's still largely true, but it doesn't have to be true because you can get some of that health back if you match their aggression. This game seems like it wants to be Bloodborne, but it doesn't give you rally, which means suddenly you have to play extraordinarily precisely, except that you also have a dodge roll, which is not as fast as a quick step. And also, oh my god, the input latency, what the hell. Stuff like that I hate too. I'm going to let him kill me. Let her kill me. Something like that I hate too. It's a big pet peeve of mine in a lot of these games where a boss will queue up an attack like that and then they will swing their sword while also stepping and pirouetting like they're standing on a record player. Right? Because another big part of this game, it isn't just dodge rolls, it's positioning. So with practice, there's a lot of attacks where you can just sidestep it. Except you can't in this game because the boss will just pivot on a dime. And to be clear, I'm not saying like their sword swings in a large arc and hits you. It'd be like I'm doing this and mid-swing I do this, right? Mid-swing I do this and attack the other direction. It's like that shouldn't happen for bosses. For me, I can do it, but it shouldn't happen for bosses. Like that's what happened there is I knew the arc of that swing and I thought I could just sidestep it, but then she just turned mid-attack and hit me. But like she shouldn't be. That's breaking a central tenet of the game, which is it's saying, hey, you positioned well, fuck you, get hit anyway. It's comparable to the reason I don't like Millennia, because it takes certain playstyles and just makes them not viable anymore. Like, you will shield, or you will, you know, dodge roll or whatever else, which I like dodge rolling, so I don't mind it that much. It's just really shitty that, like, my positioning, my correct positioning, I was positioned correctly to dodge the attack as I understood it, but then the game just let her pivot on a dime and hit me anyway. I think that's crappy. I'm going to give this a few more attempts. I'm getting very, very salty. I think rightfully so, but also doesn't feel very good. I'm going to try to not talk for this attempt. She's never done that before. Not once. He's never sprinted up to me and immediately done the double hit. That's an example of what I was talking about, where normally she runs up to you, you have to dodge quickly, but because she immediately went into her double hit, my initial dodge dodged me into damage. And then beyond that, it buffered my Black Flame and then got me hit again. So all the damage I took at the start was not my fault. See, because normally she does something like that. Same response, except the other time I took damage. Nope, I'm not going to do an input reading attempt. I like those fights too, but I'm being punished for what should be valid responses to some of the attacks. I'm not saying I want to be able to strafe everything, but like that attack from before, I strafed it correctly, and I still got punished. What lesson is the game teaching me there? The game is teaching me don't bother trying to strafe because the boss cheats. Because that's what I've learned, is don't ever strafe attacks on this fight. Which, if that's what they're going for, then fine, but is that fun? I'm gonna die so that I can show off another problem with this game. Because after 15 years, Miyazaki still thinks it's a good idea to have roll on release and be the same button as run, the logical response to the fact that you have to release to dodge and not press is to do it quickly. Right? Or if you know the attack is coming, you buffer it slightly, like this. Right? Where I can just hold it for a moment, and then all I have to do is time the release. Like, that's what I do when there's, say, a big slam with a very obvious wind-up. You just time it, and then you release at the right time. The problem is that because B is also run, if you hold it for a moment too long, you do this. See how my character starts running for just a second? And that means that my release doesn't do a dodge roll anymore. So you have only this very, very narrow window where you can actually kind of successfully buffer a dodge roll in advance. Which means most of your dodge rolls, especially in a very reaction-heavy fight like this, is these hits with a quarter second of input latency. I think that sucks ass. It sucks ass, and it's a self-imposed problem that they have just never seen fit to fix. Again, Miyazaki thinks it's a good thing that there's input latency, which I disagree, Miyazaki. That's not fair. Normally, the follow-up to that is a single hit with her left arm. That time, it was followed up by a double sweep, which was slower. What was the tell that the follow-up was going to be different? Because if it's random, that's unfair. That was a different follow-up than that normally has. You see what I mean? You see how that time, like what did she do? So I enter this fight, and she's sprinting towards me. So I know that I'm going to have some kind of response. So what are my options? Given that she's faster than me and sprinting at me, I'm going to have to, since I'm not using a shield, I'm going to have to like dodge roll in some direction. She ran up and did an attack that was so fast that you can't react to it. And even if you could, input latency will guarantee that you can't react to it. So the only rational thing is wait till she gets close and then dodge roll, right? Except that some of her attacks after she runs up to you will damage you instead because they have different timings. That's what I mean, where, like, switch-ups I'm a fan of in principle, but it's all about the details. I need some way to either know what the switch-up is going to be, or to know, or to have a consistent response to it. And right now, I don't know what that consistent response is. Like, if I just tried, like, moving at her and... Okay, bad example because she used the wrong move, but, like, if I just try moving at her and, like, dodging forward, like, that doesn't move either. Or that doesn't work either, because it depends what her follow-ups are. That time, it didn't buffer my dodge roll, even though I wanted it to. You know what it is? I think if you press the dodge button while you took damage... I think this game's input buffering is broken in an even more specific way than I thought. Because there's that delay between the release and the actual dodge roll because of input latency, I think it's the case that there's a very short window of time, like a few frames, where depending on when the release occurs, it either will or will not buffer it. And I think that window is, were you interrupted during that very brief buffering window, or did you actually release B during the hit? I think if you release B during the hit, it doesn't buffer. Which is correct behavior, by the way, but then it's inconsistent with everything else. It's like here. What the hell was that? Here, you know what? Play back the tape. She ran up to me. I want to see how fast that was. From the first little itch of her animation to the front stab, I feel like that was like a fifth of a second. Which, again, means that the only possible thing to do is just always, in 100% of circumstances, dodge roll in some direction. I'm not sure what the correct direction is. I feel like Miyazaki read that book that Legends told me about, where it's like, hey, add RNG to your enemy attacks to spice it up. And then that just poisoned his design to bosses for 15 years. That was a different follow-up than usual. I hate this boss. I think this is the sort of boss that could become enjoyable once you've put 30 hours into it. Because right now the number of combinations is just too big. On top of all the other problems with input buffering and everything else and input reading, like... if the only answer is just grind it for 30 hours until you've memorized every single combination, then that's really fucking shitty design. Yep, no tell on that at all. Yep, no tell on those either. Not fair. Kill me. Did you see what happened there? She stepped forward, right? What have I learned? She can step forward and immediately do a cross sweep, which requires an instant dodge. That time, she stepped forward, I dodged, and then she attacked differently in such a way that I couldn't dodge again in time. Like, what the fuck's that about? And also it leads to a lot of, like, I can't run at her. Which means you end up just, like, spending the whole fight, like dodging backwards, which is boring as hell. I think I just have to dodge backwards over and over again because that's fun playstyle, is just run away from the boss for the whole fight. That's how I want to play Dark Souls. But I mean, you have to because she has so many attacks that are too fast to react to. And if you can't react to them, then the only thing you can do is just stay far enough away until you cheese out the attacks you can punish reliably. Either that or you just have to try to tank through it and just out-heal her, which is a really shitty way to play it. Like, I can't follow that up. She can follow it up with a quick attack. Nope, can't follow it up. Do you see that? I went in for one attack. One light attack. And in the space between me starting it up, she started and finished an attack. That was a different follow-up, too. That's one of the follow-ups you can do. The other one kills you. That was input reading. That one I want to play back. I think she literally flipped 180 degrees in one frame there. Hold up. I'm gonna watch that back. So here I am fighting the boss. I'm gonna slow it down. I want to see this again. So I'm fighting her. Here she is. I don't think it's this hit. It's one of the next ones. So far, so good. There the attack comes. Yep, here's this attack. I don't remember which one it is. It's one of these coming up. I just really want to see this again. I'm going to stop the stream after this. The salt is absolutely out of control, but... Okay, one sec. This is excruciating. Let's make it a little faster. I want to see it again, and then I really, really want to see this. Very, very curious. Okay, that was it. 441, 47. Watch this. Man, I'm salty. Holy shit, I haven't been this salty in a while. Okay, so watch this. Watch very closely. Here's the boss. Did you see that? That wasn't literally one frame, but like 441, 42. Here's the boss. Here I am attacking her. From nowhere. How fast was that? Let's see. Let's watch it back in real time. That's what you're supposed to react to. The whole reason I streamed this was to have, like, the VOD, and now the VOD is just going to be me bitching about this fight the whole time. By the way, I'm level fucking 187 for this. I said earlier in the stream that I am deeply, very, very strongly against the fact that the game does automatic level scaling for this DLC. And this is one big reason why I think it's lame as fuck. It's like, I understand that automatic level scaling has the very obvious benefit of giving players a more consistent experience. But it also, I would argue, kind of delegitimizes the fight. Like, I know that this fight isn't this hard just because maybe I'm under-leveled or I'm using a poor moveset. Both of those things may be true in their own right, but, like, the real reason that it's this hard is that Miyazaki said, hey, we're going to balance the DLC just to make it this hard, and it doesn't matter how much you prepare. I'm gonna give it one more attempt. I'm really, really, really mad. You're also a new game +7. But I mean, besides Melania, I was able to beat everything in the base game without too much trouble. Like, I still got bodied on a few bosses, obviously, but like, I was able to do just about everything in the game at, you know, lower than this, probably close to level 150, 160 by the end. I'm not upset that the DLC is hard. I'm not upset. Well, I guess that's the only statement. I'm not upset that the DLC is hard. I'm upset that the DLC is hard because it's scaled to me instead of just because it's hard in its own right. To me, that severely diminishes the feeling of legitimacy in tackling this fight. This character I'm fighting isn't just a very powerful foe who I have to beat. She's Elastigirl. She can just become as powerful as she needs to be to any foe. Which also means that she would be weaker to a weaker player. That's fucking lame, and it's something they haven't done before, and that's something I love about the games. That is no longer true, and that sucks. So you must front roll every time you go up to her. Because she can do a quick uppercut with no warning. That's not chained from anything else. That hits you in like a fifth of a second. Meaning that the only possible approach, and since she rotates to face you, that means that the only possible approach is always dodge. Always. 100% of the time. Yeah, I'm gonna be done. I'll continue this. I'll continue this tomorrow. The DLC is very cool so far. These bosses just aren't fair. It's like they looked at Melania and said, hey, what if we made every single boss as unfair as Melania? It does, and that's what I disagree with. It should be a fixed level. I don't care if they want to scale it really high, but it should be fixed. It's one of the strengths of the game. Remember how everyone got to Margit and got walled by Margit? And then everyone correctly said, the wonderful thing about Dark Souls now being open world is that you don't have to beat your head against a wall. You can go somewhere else. Now, I know that that's true here too, but a big part of that was that I knew that Margit didn't scale to me. Which means that I could go somewhere else and level up. Which means now, since she's scaling, I don't know. I really genuinely don't know whether I can go somewhere else, get better, and come back. That might be true. I don't know, because Miyazaki in his infinite fucking asshole wisdom is so tight-lipped about how everything works. Like, that's a deeply central mechanic to the experience. I need to know whether I can go grind and come back if I want to. For the base game, I knew that was true. For the DLC, because it introduced level scaling, I don't know whether that's true anymore. Yeah, we probably do. Thank you for your positivity, though, Jite. I appreciate that. I don't know. I'm being so ineffective at the fight right now. Like, I'm just making no progress because it's really hard to see past how unfair some of her attacks are. And how she attacks so quickly that, like, you can't react to what she does. The only way to react is to already know what's coming, and you can't know that because she switches up her attacks, which would also be fine, except that because some of those attacks are blazingly, blindingly fast, means that it means fuck you. It means I don't know how you deal with that. The game didn't tell me shit about its upgrades. It said something vague in an item description about the blessings that I'm getting, making the DLC like do more damage or do less damage to me. But I don't know to what extent that applies, or whether it's a percentage modifier or absolutes, or whether she will continue to scale as I level up. And the reason I think that's true is, imagine that I came to the DLC early. You know, maybe I went to Moog really early and was able to snag an early kill or something like that. Imagine I entered the DLC once and then left. So I entered the DLC at level 50, came back at level 200. Does the DLC lock in its scaling the first time I go there, or does it continue scaling? Do you see what I mean? Where the introduction of level scaling just so thoroughly thrashes my understanding of how to progress through this game. I was debating with a friend about it a little bit earlier, like I am being a curmudgeon because I'm really salty right now, but I'm not just being a curmudgeon. Like, I think there's a legitimate basis to my being against the level scaling. But again, it would depend how it's implemented, and I don't know how it's implemented because Miyazaki doesn't tell you anything. The game doesn't even tell you how to access the DLC. Like, am I totally in the wrong here? Is this all salts, or is there... I think I'm making sense. I don't know. I guess I should just end stream because I said I was going to. I mean, this DLC is going to take me a while. The base game took me 125 hours. I don't know how long the DLC will take. I'm sure it'll take a very long time, which is a good thing, right? I'm not complaining about that. But I can't be getting this salty or it's going to take me months to beat it, and I don't want that to be the case. Give me a few minutes. Give me a few minutes. I changed my mind. I need to stretch my legs though. I don't want to be done. Plus it's only 9:30. I'm gonna get some water and stretch my legs. I'll be back. Okay. Excuse me. The thing is, I consider myself, if not the perfect audience, a good audience for this game. It's just, you know, this boss is not as bad as Melania, but it's bosses like Melania, and some of these bosses that have these weirdo combination of quirks that make them just so fucking frustrating to deal with. You know what I think the distinction is? It's like many of these attacks are unfair. I think I can say that objectively in terms of like the randomness to it and the speed of it. And in the face of that unfairness, I believe that it's possible to learn enough reactions that you can get through the fight. But I would still just rather the fight be fair, because it's also possible to make a boss that's very difficult and very fair. This boss seems very difficult and unfair, and you just have to try to find ways to work around the unfairness, and Melania was exactly the same way. Waterfowl Dance is not a fair attack, and so you have to try to find ways to cheese it with summons, or with spells, or with speedrunner, you know, ultra precise tricks to get around her and abuse her pathing or something. Which, more power to anyone who enjoys that, they're not wrong to, but I would just rather have a fair fight. I feel like after all this time, maybe Miyazaki's just saying, we have to make it harder, and at this point, they've just resorted to kind of making it unfair. Like, even in the fight with the lion, a large chunk of the difficulty of that fight came from, number one, the fact that the lightning is random, and number two, the fact that the camera kept getting stuck and didn't zoom out when it should have. which did make the fight take longer. It did make the fight harder. It also made the fight miserable. Imagine a version of that fight that has the lightning radiate out in, you know, like a predictable pattern where there's still a bunch of different distinct lightning bolts, but it's just a little more predictable. The problem too when you're discussing any Souls game is a lot of people tend to shoot for the absolutes. Right, like I'm not saying the whole boss is unfair. I'm saying specific aspects of the boss are unfair, which brings down the boss as a whole. I'm going to try to not talk very much and take a few attempts at it. So here's what I've learned. And on that topic of tools that the player has, what I've learned, she likes to just wait. At which point you have the option of hanging back and waiting for her to make a move, or moving towards her. If you move towards her, there is no cardinal direction of dodge that is safe. If you try to run up to her and then dodge forward, you can dodge into unavoidable damage. If you dodge left, you can dodge into unavoidable damage. If you dodge back, you can dodge into unavoidable damage. If you dodge right, you can dodge into unavoidable damage. It might be that rolling at a diagonal avoids that, but there is no cardinal direction in which approaching her and trying to dodge is safe. So that isn't the answer. I also tried walking forward and jumping, and that can lead to unavoidable damage, so that's also not the answer. You can't just sprint up to her and attack, because that can lead to unavoidable damage too. So let me try out the diagonals. No, forward right doesn't work. Forward left, I'm sorry, doesn't work. Forward right doesn't work. So far, dodging back left has been successful. Nope. Dodging back left doesn't work. Let's try back right. Nope. Okay, so what I've learned is that of the kind of 8 cardinal directions, forward, back, left, right, or the 4 diagonals, when she is in that sort of slow walking stance, you cannot walk up to her and engage her with a dodge roll. There is no direction that ensures that you won't take damage. And you also can't jump. So is the answer that you have to just sprint at her and hit her, maybe? Maybe that always works. Nope. Okay, so kill me. Go ahead. So you can't run up and attack her. So far I have not found any possible way to engage with her when she's in that walking stance, apart from just waiting for her to do the move first. But if you want to engage, I don't think it is possible to engage with her when she's walking around like that without potentially taking unavoidable damage with this build. Well, that's the thing about Waterfowl, you can't predict the start of it. You can predict when it's definitely not going to happen. For example, she's not going to like interrupt one of her other combos and just instantly go into a waterfowl. But like between combos, she can waterfowl anytime she wants. And so you're right that the first is a total disengage because the first two are super, super fast. And so the question is, can you get far enough away from her before it starts to successfully dodge the first one? And the answer is sometimes. But if you're a melee build, you have to be close to her, which means that sometimes you can't, because she can go into it at any time. Because I find what you're describing to be enjoyable too, like trying to weigh your options and say, all right, like for example, when I fought Margit the first time, I found it for the most part very enjoyable because I was able to eventually determine certain moves that were correct. For example, Margit has a real fast like yellow golden dagger where he'll go and like do a quick like 1-2 slash that's really fast. If you dodge forward right, you get around to his side and you also dodge the potential follow-up, and it works really well. So like that's an example of I tried a bunch of things and it didn't work, and then it eventually clicked that that was one option I could take that allowed me to consistently avoid the damage. In this fight, as I'm realizing, when she's in, you know, that stance where she's just kind of slowly walking around, you can wait for her to make a move, of course, but if you aren't waiting for her to make a move, I haven't found a way that you can engage with her without potentially, of course she might not do those moves, but without potentially taking unavoidable damage. But see, Jate, that flies in the face of the fact that these bosses do have variable combos. Because a variable combo also means that the combo can end. And once the combo ends, she can launch into waterfowl immediately. Even if you're just about right on top of her. You're obviously you're correct that, I mean, you've probably put more time into Malenia than I have. In fact, I'd bet money that that's true. In my experience, it was not... There were plenty of times where you could be certain that a waterfowl wouldn't occur, and that's fine. But because it can occur between combos, and because you have to... The other thing that I experienced with Malenia is that if you are, you know, in normal melee range and she hops up into a waterfowl, you can't get away in time. It's not like she hangs in the air for like 5 seconds before starting. You know, she starts it pretty damn fast after hopping into the air. And same with this fight. Like, this is one of many reasons why I'm finding this so frustrating is there doesn't seem to exist a way to engage with her that doesn't require extreme tedium. Right, but see, that's... Again, I'm not saying that you disagreed with this. You didn't, but speaking to a hypothetical defender of this, I would say I like playing this build. Furthermore, I have been able to be successful with this build against, up to Malenia, every single other boss in the game. It's also the way that I've played every other Souls game, so it stands to reason that I should expect to be able to make it through the game with a build like this. And then Malenia said, no, you can't. Which, FromSoft has every right to make a boss like that. It's just, I think it's also reasonable for me to be frustrated by that. And same with this fight, like, I'm sure there are a number of builds that would be significantly easier. I could also use ashes or summons or any number of other tools, right? Different weapons and different items. There's a lot of cards on the table that I could use. I'm choosing not to. It's a self-imposed challenge. But it's a challenge through which I've been able to make it through the rest of the game. Even that last lion fight, like, got very, very frustrating, but again, my issues with that were more with the randomness and some of the camera and the input buffering and stuff. These are issues across the game's entire combat system. The boss itself, for the most part, was very precise, but I was able to learn how to react consistently with appropriate dodge timings. Yeah, that's fair, Jate. I mean, certainly what I found with Melania was kind of the problem you're describing, is like the moment that I knew that waterfowl was possible, and it would be one thing if it was like only phase 2, but she starts waterfowl at I think 65% health, if I recall correctly. So like from that point on, I have to, on top of how difficult the fight is normally, you know, and I'm trying to take my openings and beat her down, I have to constantly be aware that at any fucking moment, I have to be willing to turn around and just sprint away. Better hope I was not in the middle of an attack, because even like that amount of time means I can't get away. And then she's going to heal through more damage than I had dealt to her. So again, with this fight, it's like, since I can't engage, I think the only answer is tedium. Like when she's like this, I just have to wait. I just have to wait for her to make a move. Because I can't engage with her. Of course, another option is just you just get up close and start trying again, but like that's pretty shitty that you can't engage safely. Because it's boring. Like, the fact that she can dodge left and right with absolutely no warning at all is what's making this so hard. So many of my responses might be reasonable, except that out of nowhere, she can dodge to the side and start an attack before my fucking dodge roll ends. And because of that, it means I can't safely do just about anything. And even then, she can rush forward in a number of different ways. I feel like this fight is just so unfair because there's no safe way to engage with her. I just have to hope that she does the right things. There's no correct move because at any time she could just dodge in a different direction or follow up with the super quick like uppercut that you can't do anything about. Like, just the existence of that uppercut means I cannot be close to her when she's not already in a combo. Ever. Ever. Because she can turn and hit me in a fifth of a second before I can react. Which means either already be far away from her, which is really boring and makes the fight drag on forever, or preemptively dodge roll, but as I've already determined, there is no direction that you can consistently dodge roll. At least from like that initial stance that gets you there safely. Which means you either just have to run forward and just try to trade hits with her until you win, which I don't find to be a satisfying way to play, or yep, that was the uppercut. See, but that was my mistake, is like I tried to get 2 hits, but you can't. You can't be close to her when she's not already in a combo. You can't. Like, I can't engage this. I have to wait for her to make a move. I can't approach her. Because it's the possibility of guaranteed damage. And if they intend for me to trade, then that's unacceptable. The reason it's unacceptable is that the game hasn't given me the tools. I can't get in more than... Yep, there's the uppercut. And then you get staggered into more than 1 hit. I can get in exactly 1 hit and no more. Nope. See what I mean? And then she goes back to this. I can't approach her. Now, what am I supposed to do about that 1, 2, 3, 4 combo? Because that 1, 2, 3, 4 combo is also undodgeable. Nope, I can't stay close to her. She goes into this standstill and I can't approach her, which means that unless you want to have the fight take a million years and be super boring, that you have to just stay really... You have to try to kind of get her in these combos where she won't uppercut you right away. But then she can, like, right there, you know, maybe I try to be smart and dodge away. She can just sidestep back into me again. Like, that's not fair. Do you see how she can dash forward and do a really quick attack, which is, you have to react to it immediately. But she has other attacks where she will dash forward and do a slower attack. I think you have to just tank this fight, or maybe you have to use summons. Like, I don't think this fight is viable with this build. Because there's no way I can engage her safely. In, like, any circumstance. She can always just dodge away in a frame. I can't even heal in the open field because there's always a chance that she input reads me and does a quick version of the sword beam. Normally, a solution to this fight would be to be very careful with your positioning. Like, try to get around her side so she can't do certain things. But this boss can do the Melania thing where she just rotates in a frame with no wind-up and no animation. She just moves to the side. Which, first of all, makes it really hard because your camera spins like 90 degrees and suddenly you might mess up your dodge roll direction. But it means that you can't consistently try to stay well-positioned like you can with some of the larger bosses. Like, this might be another Melania situation where, unfortunately, my build just isn't viable. I can't engage. I have to slow play this. I appreciate that, Chitane. You see what I mean there? Like, she dashed at me and I had to dodge immediately. I have to dodge immediately. But then because I dodged into damage, which means that when she dashes at you, there's no correct move either. Again, I could do this and spam through and maybe trade hits. I understand I could do that and maybe eventually beat the fight. But I don't want to play that way. I want to actually learn the fight and not feel like I got through. Like, the big thing with Melania, when I did eventually beat her, it wasn't because I played better than my other attempts. Right? I got better at the fight, but for probably 30 attempts I had been playing about the same. It's just, on one of the attempts, she didn't do 100 waterfowls. And then I was able to win, and that was the end of the fight. Not because I got any better. I could dodge everything with probably 95% consistency, except for waterfowl. And that's what it feels like with this fight, is I'll end up trading with her, and eventually one of them will work out, such that I'll get enough damage and win. But it won't be because I played better, it'll be because of RNG. And that's the problem with fights that are built around trading, like this one in Melania is that you just have to hope that they don't do the fights that are really, or the moves that are really impossible. And I don't want to switch strategies because I like... What does RL1 mean, by the way? No, it's probably a common acronym. I should probably know it. Oh, rune level 1. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't want to have to rely on getting good RNG to beat the fight. I just want to learn to do the fight. I mean, as we saw with the replay I pulled up earlier, she can combo into her uppercut. Do you see what I mean there? She can combo into an uppercut, and so I dodged away. I turned and dodged backwards to get away from her so that she wouldn't uppercut me. And the moment I did that, she dodged in such a way that she ended up where I was and hit me before my dodge roll ended. That's not fair. Am I missing something? Again, I understand many things. I understand that I could just trade with her and eventually win. I understand that I could change my build and I can do summons. I understand I have many options. But for my build, for the build that I would prefer to use, this seems impossible. It seems like the options are either trade and hope that you win or change your build. I don't even know if I can go grind up levels because I don't know how level scaling works in the DLC. By the way, this is a character who's level 187, 79 vigor, and 84 strength, on top of more max HP, stamina, and equip load, enormously boosts physical damage negation, and raises strength, and this thing, which also raises strength. And I'm still dealing this little damage and being hit this hard. Level scaling, ladies and gentlemen. See what I mean? I got a hit, but I traded. Doesn't help when she input reads, too. That's not good. Do you know how I know she's input reading? She never does that unless I heal. Not globally, but like in that situation, she never follows up that combo with a sword beam unless I heal. Well, she does it infrequently, so now I know that I also can't heal there. So it's like, where's my opportunity to heal? I've said this 100 times, I'm going to say it again. Unless I'm willing to just input trade and just hope that I eventually read, there doesn't seem to be any way to do just about any part of this fight without taking damage. You try to rush her down, she can hit you unavoidably. You try to stay far away, she can hit you unavoidably. You try to heal far away from her, she can hit you unavoidably. You try to heal partway through her combo knowing that you're far enough away to avoid her hits. Doesn't matter, she'll interrupt her combo and input read you. It seems like there is no part of this fight that you can do safely. There are specific attacks, like specific small portions of her combo that are predictable, that could allow you to dodge and get like one hit in. At which point it becomes a war of attrition. Hey, Abby. Hope you're doing well. I'm just going to ask because the game hasn't told me. Does anyone know more specifically how the level scaling works with the DLC? You can answer that. This is a real question. For example, the scenario I gave earlier was the following. When you get to Margit, if you want to, you can just bash your head against the brick wall and beat him, right? Or you could go somewhere else and level up for a while and then come back when you're stronger. Pretty simple. But because the DLC uses level scaling, I don't know whether that's true. So this isn't... I am being stubborn, don't get me wrong. But like, this isn't just, I'm going to beat this boss for my pride. Like, genuinely, I don't know if it would even help if I left. If I'm not willing to change my playstyle, which I might be, but like, if I want to stick with this playstyle, I really don't know. No, I'm talking... Thank you for the answer, Abby. I'm talking the other way, though. Like, the enemies and stuff will scale with you. The example I gave, too, was... What if I came into the DLC really early, like, say, level 50, and then I left again? Like, I just dipped in, got a checkpoint, and left again. And then I spent the rest of the game playing through and got up to level 200 and came back. Would the DLC be scaled to my level 50 character? Or would it retroactively scale up to my level 200 character? So, basically, is there any way that I can stat myself into making this easier? Oh, good. Sorry, there's a house centipede on my wall. Freaked me out. It's big and spindly, like they always are. I could also, you know, summon this character or use ashes or something. Use a mimic tier, but I really don't want to do that because that to me is just such an unsatisfying way to play. No shade to anyone who does it. For me, I don't enjoy it. Or rather, I actually enjoy it a lot, but not for a first playthrough. I want to feel like I actually conquered these bosses. The way you make it easier is more blessings. So maybe that's the answer, is just... It's still not going to be satisfying for me because it's still going to boil down to hit trading. But I think the answer might be leave and just get more blessings. I don't know how much longer I'll continue tonight, but I'm going to go for a little ways. See if I can't find more blessings. And then eventually I'll come back to that. Where do I want to go here? I think off to the right. I think the answer is leave, get as many blessings as I can, and then try again. Ooh, big hit. I'm unhappy. I'm disappointed. I'm sad. This is souring my DLC experience. I'm getting stuck on the terrain. Oh my god. Okay, maybe I shouldn't fight here. There's so many bomb throwers. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm very, very curious. Well, I was really excited about it at first because I thought that the DLC still had a fixed level. These guys are here still, huh? I thought that the DLC had a fixed level, but that was tuned probably intentionally too high. Like, imagine if Limgrave was tuned to Caelid, like something like that. But then you could bring it back down to a reasonable level by getting blessings, kind of like you're conquering the DLC. That's how I thought it worked. And to me, that would be so infinitely superior because it means that you could actually go back to trying to, you know, grind and improve, and you would be rewarded in your exploration by making the DLC easier. And that's still true, obviously, with the blessings. But I just find the system to be quite a bit less satisfying. Okay, these guys don't hit that hard. That's good. They still hit kind of hard, but... There we go. Treat the exploration of this DLC like the base game. Whatever approach you liked in the base game will probably serve you well here, too. Okay. Yeah, that's probably true. I just feel like my hesitation here, I'm not directing this towards you. You did not design and balance the DLC, so please don't take my disdain as a slight towards you in any way. Like, yeah, first of all, yeah, nothing is clear about what they're doing. Oh, goodbye. I just feel like their implementation maybe I shouldn't judge it. I need to know the details. Like, I need to know how much it auto levels. Because the thing about a base game is that you get the kind of free scaling by default. Right? Because every single character starts at 0 asterisk, because you can start with different classes that start at level 10 or whatever it might be, unless you're this game's equivalent of deprived. But, you know, basically everyone's starting at level 0, and so then you base it off of there. And they would still have had a fixed experience with this if they had to have fixed scaling. The obvious risk being that players would come in at different levels, and that might affect their experience. Like, I was pretty worried about being overtuned for this DLC. And it turns out it doesn't matter, because it's going to level to you anyway. I'm being a broken record, but like I was getting a little defensive about it earlier. Like, despite my salt, I'm not just saying, well, they need to make it fixed scaling because it's always been that way. Like, Fog Rift, that's cool. Like, it's FromSoft's game. They can do whatever they want. But I think that the way that I phrased it to a friend of mine earlier is that it takes agency away from the player. And I think that it does. Okay, I saw that up there. These catacombs are fun, though. Probably. That's kind of what I was thinking, too. Well, the other thing about it is that if you, like, imagine, just for the sake of discussion, that you started the base game at level, oh, nothing here. Nailed it. Imagine you started the base game at level 50. No other changes, you just started the base game at level 50. Well, that would probably be pretty boring for the early game, right? Because you'd power through it, but then you'd sort of naturally reach a point where it became balanced again. Because the number of souls runes required to level up also increases. So that was my thinking, is like, even if I enter, imagine that they designed the DLC to be level 120 to level 250, something like that. Then I might have an easier time in the early game, and then I would struggle with some of the later bosses, and you can still maintain that balance. You could even overtune it. Like I said, start the DLC at level 200, and then by the time you get a number of these blessings, it brings it down closer to something reasonable. In the same way that you don't have to fight Margaret right away. What the heck are you? Whoa, you've got like globules on your face. So weird. Dog ahead. There's no dog here. Jete, thanks for chatting. Thanks for being so positive while I was being a little whiner about it. Yeah, my map is, I just have this much of the map. I haven't really done anything. Like, I started the DLC, I went through the little legacy dungeon, so that's not fair to say that's nothing. But most of it, the runtime has been on these bosses. What? Oh, God. Okay. So how do I get past that, and is there another one? Okay, I think I just go. I guess all the blood on the floor, there's a hint. I will do my best. Like I said, I'm not going to go for a hugely long period of time. Maybe I'll finish up this area or something. I don't like getting brick-walled. I'm sure I'll do that. What? I thought that was like further forward for some reason. Wanted to go see what's in there. I mean, I haven't gotten very many new weapons. And I am just using my basic broadsword, but it's also plus 25, plus 313. Like, it's just doing a lot of damage. It has B strength scaling, and I have like 70 whatever scaling, and increases in strength through my equipment. I find myself getting overly defensive against people who would defend every aspect of these DLCs. People that... Yellow Fulgur Bloom? I'll read about that in a sec. It's similar to my preemptive defensiveness against Melania, where, like, no one actually said this to me, to be clear, but, you know, you can, like, make up an argument in the shower or something. Like, I could have had a much easier time with Melania if I had changed my playstyle or my build. Just like I would have a much easier time with Rolana if I changed my build. But I don't want to change my build. But I think I'm going to have to. Or, if not change my build, at least use ashes and summons and stuff just to out-cheese her. Blossoms in the realm of shadows, underground grave sites and places struck by lightning. How did lightning get down here? Be wary of looking away. Fire ahead. Uh-oh. More traps? Whoa! Yep, there was fire ahead. Oh god, it's like a cannon mouth. Whoa, okay. Chill. It actually has a cannon mouth. That's so cool. Okay, what fresh hell is going to be in this? I know all your tricks. Let me just miss 30 times. Okay, well done, well done. Ooh. I've never really spent much time with items in the series. You know, they're a good inclusion, you know, why not have a bunch of items? But if I were to make use of items, I always feel like I'm kind of going out of my way. Well, I deserve that. Oh, I thought that was an actual illusory wall for a second. More yellow Fulgur Bloom. Trying to tell where I came from here. Like, that staircase may have been another path. Maybe that's where I came from. I think that's where I came from. What's your deal? Are you gonna spellcast me? Oh, you're like a weird mummified mage. Tell you one thing, I need to find a way to control the salt next time. It isn't fun to watch someone that be that salty. It isn't fun to play a game while being that salty either. Okay, I'm not going to drop down there because that's backwards. This is forwards. What's this? Whoa. Let me heal up before I do this. All these dungeons are like that, where they're just pretty easy to get lost. They're sneaky like that. Come at me. Fight me. Eat this. Oh. Good fight, good fight. I also don't really make any use of Ashes of War. I could do more with those. Yep. That was cheap. That went down like 30 feet. Good. Okay. Now we go around again. That's backwards. This way. There's Cannon Mouth. Wrong way. I like Skoroth. I think I prefer the Black Flame. Oops. I'm actually... Yeah. Honestly, maybe I should ditch the Black Flame. Like, especially for the Rolana fight. Not like it would help me very much to get rid of it, but just focus on pure two-handing. Or equip some shield that has, you know, some passive effect or something. Nice. I see that up there. Does that hint at a illusory wall? Probably not. None of these look very illusionary. I'm a fan of it, especially against, you know, these enemies that are so tanky, because I get a Black Flame hit and it effectively doubles my damage. Just because of the damage over time. So where's the boss of this area? Where's the invisible wall? What's that noise? It's probably something from... this thing. There's probably another path I can take. So let's see. Oh, that might... I wonder if that's an illusion? Probably not. So that's where I came from. I've been over there. What else am I missing? Where's the hidden path? Is it here? Mm-hmm. Man, I don't know what I'm going to do against Rolana. I don't know if I have the heart in me to continue grinding that. Certainly not today, but like another day. If one of these was illusory, I feel like there would be a message hinting at such. And this is where I just was. I don't see anything else. Yeah, this is certainly where I started. You make your way up here. What's over here? Oh, I wonder. Oh, this one's different, I think. Maybe it's not different. I'm going to try it again anyway. Whoops. Yeah, ha ha ha. Using my brain. So now I also don't know what's below the other one, do I? I don't think I realized that there were two of them. That's very sneaky. No enemy ahead? That's not true. Black Knight Commander Andreas. Used to summon the spirit of Andreas, Knight Commander of the Black Knights. The Black Knights were the primary force of Mesmer's army. Their first leader was Andreas, a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible, and whose spirit in these ashes dwells. Though he remained a devout follower of Mesmer after his flight from the Erdtree, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. His righteous stand was rewarded with imprisonment in an underground tomb. Interesting. But, like, there's always a boss in these areas, though. So now this brings me back here. Yep. So now that means that I can go underneath this one, which is a whole different one, and do something? Maybe? Cool. So there's more stuff out that way. Where does this bring me? I do really like the design of these areas. They kind of feel so simple, but they're pretty clever. Surprisingly sneaky. Ooh, a whole bunch of this. Oh, cool. And then that brings me back. Excellent. Okay. So let that come down. Yeah, I mean, that's... Again, it's very simple when you spell it out like that, but it's really quite clever. Okay, so I need to make it all the way across. Said to have been a favored tool of the Dragon Cult Knights who once served the Prince of Gold. Who is the Prince of Gold? Nicola? Was there anything here? Nope, okay. What am I doing? Oh my god. Smart. Smart. Oh, I think I can respawn right there. I don't deserve to spawn right there. Wow. That was very convenient. Come at me, imp. I wonder what boss is going to be down here. A lot of these graves in the first, or in the base game, have similar bosses. Damn, there's like a whole other area down here. Is there a doorway through that? Yeah, I see someone up there. Oh boy, I know. Okay, oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa. They're bouncing. Maybe dying there was actually good. Okay, so it doesn't come over to here. This reminds me of that opening section. Okay, so I can drop. That might be survivable, actually. I'm not sure. But I'd prefer to make it to the end. Am I? Oh, I think I'm not past it. I like this grave a lot. This is a lot of fun. Revenge. Oh, you can go up. Of course you can. So there's the path up. There's also the path... Oops, I'm sorry, I hit my microphone. There's the path up. There's also the path down. Oh, that's cool. I think I want to try going down first. Maybe that's dumb. That's assuming I can't actually survive this. You can. Okay, good. Thank you, other player who showed me that that was survivable. Burn, baby, burn. It really is kind of wild how much more that Black Flame deals. Good, Abby. I hope there's something good down here for us both to find. Okay, how many more slimes are there? There's a ladder back up. And this is a big area. Okay, got a little arrogant there. Could happen to anyone. Let's go take you out. Now you. Is there gonna be a slime in my head? No, not yet. Maybe I should look more into what this yellow Fulgur Bloom actually does. Because it's giving me a lot of it. I'm out of Black Flame. Awful. Electro Charge. I got a spell from that one? Well, this one's gonna be slower. Now let me go ahead and not actually lose a bunch of health to the slime. Oh, right, because I'm standing in water. Electro Charge. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. While charged, electrical shocks will strike the area several times. Charging increases potency. The origin of incantations that bolster the body with lightning is now a lost art in the lands between. But not in the realm of shadow, apparently. Where was that, there's a ladder somewhere. There it is. Well, that's how you get up here. Okay, back to the big room. Boy, when I do get to this boss, I'm gonna have like very few resources left. Careful. You and me both, pal. Blink Bolt? What is Blink Bolt? skill used by the Golden Knights who served Godwin. From a low stance, the body is transformed into a bolt of lightning and charges straight ahead at fulgurous speed. Maybe that's what I need to beat Renala, is just use a bunch of Ashes of Wars and Ashes, for that matter. Okay, now you go down so I can... Or that's not going to kill me when it goes up top right now. I see a path over there. Yep. Where in the hell is the boss? Oh, stone-sheathed sword. A sword that none can pull from its scabbard of cracked stone, a relic of a lost civilization from a time long past, said to have served a ritual purpose at altars of light and darkness, and it has square off. That's cool. Seems like the same moveset that I have. It has C scaling. I wonder what this would look like if I pumped it up to plus 25. Maybe it would end up being better. Can I compare this to my... Where's my other weapon? This isn't the one I was using, right? I think I was using just a broadsword. I like that I don't know what weapon I was using. Maybe that is what I was using. I don't know that I upgraded a second plus 25 weapon, so... Yeah, I think that's what it was. Which would make sense because, again, how many plus 25 weapons do I have? Okay, I think I might upgrade that other one. See how it fares? I would love to have something with, you know, let me check while I'm looking here. I want to see what weapons I have. Can I sort by scaling type? No. Curious if I have anything that has A scaling. And I know that you can, like, enhance things a little bit, because this has B scaling. Probably because I made it heavy, which gave it B scaling. Or if I can find something that I could up to have S scaling, because most of these are C's and D's. A lot of these get into the realm of, you know, heavy weapons, which is a very different playstyle. Although with sufficient endurance, maybe not. Like, I can respec too if I want to. And everything is like C's and D's and E's. Even my current thing is only B because I made it. Oh, here's a... The Serpent Hunter Great Spear is B by default, so that means that I could probably up it to be better than that. What else? Should I become a fist weapon player? Huh, okay, well maybe I don't. I guess I'll just keep using this. I kind of like the look of that other weapon. That's part of what I like. Is there anything else to do? I still haven't found the boss. I'm trying to look real carefully to see whether there's a secret passage. I guess I would have been able to see it from before. Let's drop down. Oh, well, that's short. Serpent Hunter gets to S. Okay. Yeah, I tend to like the swords over the spears. Can you really survive this? I guess I forget how far you can fall in this game. But there's still no boss. There must be a boss in here. Have I been over there? I don't think I've been over there. Yup. Mm-hmm. God, this is the never-ending dungeon, though. And do I see a path up at the top of this? If I were to get on top of it somehow. Not right away, so let's just continue. Boss ahead, don't give up. Swear to God, they'd better have another Stake of America down here. I don't see one. Oh, there is one. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So this was not that trivial to find. Like, I could see a lot of people backing out of this dungeon early. I'm very low on resources. Give it a shot. Whoa! Death Knight. Okay, okay, let's all just relax. I like the sound of these weapons. That's cool. I don't like that I have no stamina. Whoa! That was awesome. Not sure how some of these attacks are missing me, by the way. There we go. This thing is still pretty tanky. Like, I'm not doing very much damage, actually. I'd be doing a lot more with Black Flame, of course. Oh God. Is he just eating me? He's eating me. Put me down. Holy shit. I do feel like I should be doing a little more damage than I've been doing on this playthrough. Like, even by Big Boy DLC standards, I'm doing just about no damage. But I don't want to come back here, so... Well, like... I don't know how to get a weapon up to S scaling. You know, maybe I could find one that has better, like, dexterity scaling, but, like, I'm not really seeing anything better than a C by default. Maybe by default nothing has better than C, or almost nothing. There are a few exceptions. Or maybe it's just that this weapon just... Faith scaling. That could be interesting if I respec into Faith. I don't know if that's a good idea, but it's an option. And it would let me probably use kind of the same kind of moveset that I like. Maybe some of the boss weapons would have better scaling. Maybe I should look into that again. I don't really want to use spears or flails or anything. Well, okay. In any case, I'm not going to switch up my build for this fight. And now I actually have some black flames and whatever, so... So this guy can close the gap real fast. I'm just kind of panic rolling. I'm trying to learn, but not going too hot. I just ate all of that. Good. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's a lot more. He kind of stepped through the pillar there. That was kind of nonsense. This guy doesn't seem impossible like every other boss, though, but that's also what I said about, Rolana at first, so what do I know? I'm just picking the worst times to heal. Nope. Like, I'm doing just so little damage. That was a fully charged R2. Okay. On to my last heal. I really want to use Black Flame, but I have to drink a sippy juice, and I don't know if I want to take the time to do that. Damn it, close. Okay, well I know these attacks better now. I hadn't seen a few of those in Phase 2. Let's try that again. Lightning, yep. I like this fight a lot. Oh, I saw this attack earlier and I didn't really understand it. I think maybe the answer is just back away from that one. Bullshit. Bullshit. That one was bullshit because he hits you and he just stun locks you to death. Like, after I got hit by the first hit of the second flurry there, I couldn't do anything. Another thing that's getting me, he has this, like, quick, kind of lightning quick step that closes the distance to you. That's dealing damage, and I'm not sure how to predict that, because it isn't just a gap closer, he's actually damaging me with it. Yeah, that attack. What is the wind up to that? He just does that out of nowhere. I need to dodge better because those two hits come pretty quick. I think dodging into him helps here. Okay, I tried to grab my souls there. It didn't really take. I don't even know if I have any. I don't. I tried to jump that. He held that for so long. I thought that was the lightning attack. That's why I waited on the dodge. Am I really supposed to be dealing this little damage in the DLC? Is this normal? This is nuts. I'm level 187 with a plus 25 weapon and like several different strength modifiers on top of having 70 plus strength and B scaling. That is insane if intended. Okay, you can sort of dodge that. Okay, well there goes all my black flame. That looked very similar to the other wind-up. I don't... Yeah, because this is just unreasonably low damage. Like... Maybe I'll just go for staggers. This guy really isn't even that bad to dodge. I just have to stop being bad. Yeah, something feels wrong with my build. No greed. Got him. Okay. That's a really fun fight. Death Knight's twin axes. Oh! Crimson Amber Medallion +3. Boosts HP by the utmost. Thank you. And then what about this weapon? Golden War Axes of the Death Knight. A pair of weapons made to be wielded in both hands. Crackles with lightning the power of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The knight, once the personal guard of Godwyn, holy shit, was once the protector of the Prince of Death's cadaver surrogate. Blinkbolt Twin Axe. From a low stance, the body is transformed into a bolt of lightning and charges straight ahead at Fulgur's speed. So that sounds... that's the same Ash of War I got before. Well, awesome. That was a very fun dungeon. Yeah, I need to figure out how to deal more damage because this just isn't viable. I'm dealing little baby damage and I need to deal moderate adolescent damage instead. Let's go back to somewhere safe. How about right here, and then I'll just come back up next time. Cool. Okay, now I'm actually done. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day/night.